tayo. Panginoong Diyos, itinataas namin ang iyong pangalan. Pinapupurihan at pinasasalamatan ka namin sa lahat ng iyong mga ginawa at pagpapala. Salamat sa panibagong araw na ipinagkaloob mo sa amin. At sa oras na ito na kami ay muling natipon. Gabayan ninyo po kami sa aming mga gawain. Bigyan mo po kami ng talino at lakas upang magampanan po namin ang aming mga tungkulin. Buksan mo po ang aming isip at puso sa mga bagong kaalaman na aming matututunan. At nawa ay maging kagamit-gamit ang mga ito sa aming buhay at sa pagtulong sa aming kapwa. Ikaw po nawa ang maluwalhati sa lahat ng aming katagumpayan sa araw na ito. Ito lamang po ang aming dalangin sa pangalan ni Jesus. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang mag-ibig, dalas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay, lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manluluping, di ka pasisigil, sa nanagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng bagaw, ay hinagang tulakawin sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang hindi magdidinig, luman ang araw ng walhagit pagsingka, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang hindi kaya ng pagkaibang namin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You please be seated. In the presence of our colleague, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and some of our colleagues virtually present, turn that off. The hour of 9 a.m. having arrived, the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee is now in order. Secretary, can you please acknowledge the resource persons present today?
Your Honor, if I may proceed. Currently present today are the Office of the President, the Honorable Lucas Bersamin, Executive Secretary. Also with him are USEC Leonardo Roy A. Cervantes and Assistant Secretary Jeffrey Gallardo. From the Department of Agriculture, Senior Undersecretary Domingo F. Panganiban, together with Assistant Secretary Rex Estoperes. From the Department of Trade and Industry, Mr. Secretary Alfredo Pascual. And together with him, Undersecretary Ruth Castelo, Consumer Protection Group, Undersecretary Maria Blanca Kim Bernardo Lokin, Communications and Legislative Affairs. From the National Economic and Development Authority, Secretary Arsenio Balisacan, and together with him is Undersecretary Melbourne Ana. From the Bureau of Customs, Attorney Vincent Philip Maronilla, Assistant Commissioner, Attorney Teddy Sandy S. Raval, Deputy Commissioner, Attorney Vener Bakiran, Deputy Commissioner, and Attorney Maria Rhea Gregorio, District Collector, CD4 Port of Batangas. From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I will double check because the person's names I have read are the ones that were marked and supposedly they had appeared in front coming in. So I will repeat, Your Honor, from the Bureau of Customs. Attorney Vincent Philip Maronilla. There, Your Honor. Attorney Teddy Sandy Raval, Attorney Vener Bakiran, thank you. Attorney Maria Rhea Gregorio, thank you. From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Assistant Commissioner Jethro Sabariaga, thank you. From the Sugar Regulatory Administration, SRA, Mr. Pablo Luis Ascona, Acting Administrator and Chief Executive Officer. See here? There you are. Attorney Guillermo Tejida III, Deputy Administrator for Regulations Department. There you are. From All Asian Counter Trade Inc., Mr. Michael Escaler, CEO and beneficial owner. He's there, Your Honor. From the Confederation of Sugar Producers Association, CONFED, Ms. Rosemary Gumera, Executive Assistant for Industry Affairs.
Can you be seated here, ma'am? Who was the last resource person acknowledged?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Rosemary Gumera.
Pwede po kayo umupo dito? Okay. Not yung executive director ba? Natawag mo na?
Mr. Alan Gensoli, Executive Director. From the National Federation of Sugar Cane Planters Incorporated, Mr. Eddie Pama, General Manager.
Can you likewise be seated as one of the resource persons here? In yung tinawag mo, no?
Yes, Chair.
May I proceed, Mr. Chair? From Sukden Philippines, Inc., Mr. Christian Emmanuel Alvarado.
But it happened during the last hearing. Nasa gallery yung iba eh.
Yeah.
Quickly, Comsec.
The last, Mr. Chair, from United Sugar Producers Federation, Mr. Manuel Lamata, President. Done, Mr. Chair.
Magandang umaga po. So last hearing, we rescheduled this today because of the absence of primarily Yusek Panganiban, Secretary of NEDA, the Secretary of DTI, as well as some important resource persons. And we recognize the trips done during the hearing scheduled before. Ngayong araw pong ito, we will discuss the resolution filed by the Honorable Risa Ontiveros relative to the sugar importation done February of this year, basically dealing with 4 items. We deal with the facts. The committee is in possession of several anecdotal news reports, documentary evidence. Then we'll go to the issues involved. And the issues involved would probably deal with the authority of the signatories, the authority relied upon by the signatories, and that's when we will deal with the existing laws and regulations in place. Thereafter, we will deal with your interpretation as to how those regulations were issued, clearances issued, import permits issued, etc., etc. And fourth, the committee, based on the testimonies presented here, as well as the documentary evidence in my possession, as well as those to be accumulated later on, would be coming out with a report conducive to what is known as fair play, what is equitable, and what would be derivative in terms of remedial legislation. And this committee is doing this likewise because we are exercising our oversight functions. First, we play with the dates. February 9, February 24, etc., etc. Second, we discuss the rules. I repeat this again. And all of this would be coming from the questions to be propounded by the chair, the members of this committee, as well as the interplay of narratives coming from the resource persons. And lastly, I would not at this point ascribe any wrongdoing on the part of any government official, agency, or those coming from the private sector. It would be based on quantum of proof derived from these proceedings. This will be fair, this will be just, and again, this will be equitable. From the narratives that this committee has so far, the first actor that would have to discuss his role as well as the reasons behind all of this would be the NEDA secretary. It would appear that the basis for all the importation and the support came from the words of the NEDA secretary. Bakit nagkaroon ng importation? Bakit nagkaroon ng pangangailangan? Paano malabanan ng inflation? Lahat po yan nanggaling sa NEDA. May we now ask, with the permission of my colleague, unless she has an opening statement. Yes. Before that, the secretary will make his position, we'll ask Senator Antiveros for an opening statement. Senator Antiveros, you have the floor.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, and dear resource persons, good morning sa lahat. Masaya po ako na sa wakas natuloy na din ang hearing hinggil sa Senate resolution tungkol sa pag-aangkat ng asukal sa ilalim ng Sugar Order No. 6. Sabi po sa akin ng mga kumakausap, sa loob ng 3 buwan mula nung una natin isiniwalat ang usapin ng mga pumasok na asukal bago pa man ang SO6, nagkaroon na ng pagkakataon na hilutin ang mga dokumento at magkasundo-sundo sa kwento. Ngunit pilit mang itago, ang katotohanan ay lalabas at lalabas pa din. Mr. Chair, hindi na magiging mahaba itong opening statement ko dahil nakapag-opening statement na rin ako naman noong una. Pero mayroon lang akong gustong ipakita sa inyong lahat. February 19, 2023, Sukden Philippines was applying at the SRA for its import allocation. This is consistent with Sugar Order No. 6, which was published on February 15 and came into force on February 18. May ipapakita po ako dito, Mr. Chair, na photo ng logbook ng SRA noong February 19, 2023. Niloload lang yata, Mr. Chair, yung photo ng logbook ng SRA noong February 19.
But you can describe the photo even without the actual showing of the footage.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
So, shortly, that photo will come up. Pinapakita na consistent with Sugar Order number 6, which was published on February 15 and came into force on February 18, Sukden Philippines was applying at SRA for its import allocation on February 19, 2023. So up to this point in time, tama sana yung sequence of events at yung timeline. February 15 lumabas o na-publish, February 15 na-publish yung SO number 6. 3 days later, it came into force February 18. The day after, February 19, Sukden Philippines was applying at the SRA for its import allocation. Pero, February 19, parehong araw na nag-a-apply ang Sukden Philippines sa SRA para sa kanyang import allocation na ito, pinapakita dito. Ito po yung logbook ng SRA noong February 19, 2023. May dalawang pangalang nakasulat dyan para sa Sukden sa Pasig na nag-a-apply, tatlong pangalan, Mark Paligutan, Roger Ariona, Rohel, if I'm reading the handwriting correctly, Mr. Chair, at Florante Paligusan. 3 names for Sukden Philippines, address Pasig, applying for import allocation dito sa logbook ng SRA. Pero February 19, parehong-parehong araw, umaalis na po mula sa Bangkok ang MV na Seco Eagle papunta sa Port of Batangas, tangan ang asukal ng Sukden. At ito po ay maaring i-check sa website ng Vessel Finder. May photo po tayo ng Vessel Finder website. Yan, Mr. Chair. Ngayon, ang MV na Seco Eagle po ay naglayag starting February 19. So, loading must have commenced mga February 10 to 11. The order to ship must have been given to the Thai exporter at least 2 weeks before loading. Ibig sabihin, Sukden placed an order for sugar on January 27 pa lang. Either advanced mag-isip or premeditated crime. Pero tignan nyo pa po ito, Mr. Chair. Umalis ng February 19 ang barko, MV na Seco Eagle. Sabi ng mga industry insiders, 5 days lang daw ang average travel time na dapat from Bangkok to Batangas. So, dapat February 24 o 25, nasa Batangas port na ang asukal ng Sukden. Pero March 11 na ito dumating. I'd like you to look closely at this photo, Mr. Chair. Yan sa nakabilog ng red ink. Tumenga ng ilang araw, from February 24 to March 2. Halos isang linggo. Nasira ba ang barko? Hindi. Mayroon bang matinding bagyo? Wala rin naman. They did not want to sail into the issues that All Asian Counter Trade Inc. sailed into with their February 9 shipment. Pero lalo lang po dumadami ang tanong. Kung nag-a-apply ka pa lang na maging importer, under SO6 as seen in the SRA logbook, bakit ka bumili na ng asukal? Kung naniniwala ka na ang memorandum order ni Senior Yusek Panganiban is as good as a sugar order, bakit ka nag-apply ulit noong February 19? At bakit mo pinatenga ang barko ng ilang araw sa dagat? Because the truth is simple, Mr. Chair. The truth is clear as day. Ulitin ko ang sinabi ko nung unang hearing. First, The undeniable truth is that there was no sugar order establishing a sugar importation program between the period of October 20th, 2022 and February 14th, 2023. Kahit pa may lumabas na sugar clearance after the fact, kung walang sugar order, hindi pwede mag-angkat. Pangalawa, a sugar importation program reposed in a sugar order is a necessary prerequisite to importation. That was established in the first Blue Ribbon hearing, where the issue was only whether or not an SO is defective for not having been signed by the President. Ito, wala talaga. At pangatlo, any sugar importation above 1 million pesos without a sugar order is considered large-scale agricultural smuggling in violation of Republic Act number 10845. Ang nag-angkat bago ang effectivity ng SO6, lumalabag sa batas. Ganun lang po ito kasimple. Ngayon po, 3 buwan matapos ko ito sinabi, kung ano-anong cover-up na ang nakikita natin para pagtakpan ito. At pag hindi po tayo pumalag sa smuggling ng asukal, parang hinahayaan na natin ang smuggling sa iba pang mga agricultural commodities. Parang iniiwan na natin sa ere ang ating mga magsasaka at magtutubo. At higit sa lahat, hahayaan natin ang monopolyo at kartel na siyang makapagdikta ng presyo ng asukal sa merkado. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. May I ask Your Honor if we have in our possession, this committee, a copy of that entry of February 19 or February 9?
We have that photo, Mr. Chair, of the SRA logbook for February 19th, 2023. But I could move, Mr. Chair, to request the chair to subpoena that logbook.
The regional
for the
is in
committee.
possession of the SRA, if I'm not mistaken,
That
SRA.
is right, Mr. Chief.
SRA, can you stop texting and confirm the existence of said logbook document with an entry of February 19?
As of now, sir, I cannot confirm it, but we can have the office check and provide you with a copy of it or the actual logbook. It's not a problem.
Yes, you can provide a certified copy of that entry, of that page in particular.
Okay, Your Honor.
Because general rule of evidence, Chief Justice would recognize this, would require that we have in our possession a certified copy of said entry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. We now proceed with Secretary Balisacan. Ano po yung pinagsimulan nito? Sa lahat po ng dokumento rito, ang lumalabas, kayo po yung nagbigay ng basihan kung bakit kailangan mag-import, kung bakit kailangan ng karagdagang asukal, kayo po yung magpaliwanag nito. Secretary Balisacan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
I'm sorry. There are still some new resource persons present here who have yet to take their oath. I think the DTI Secretary, procedurally, you have to stand up and raise your right hand. Comsec, can you administer the oath?
Yes,
Ito
Your
yung
Honor.
mga nasa likuran na bago.
Those who are here for the first time, could you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Thank you. Thank you.
Before you proceed, I will just throw one irrelevant question to the Executive Secretary. During the last hearing, you were all required to do the same procedure, raising your right hand and take your oath. But during the affirmation, video footages, Your Honor, would show that you never raise your hand. Is there a reason for that? Hindi man po. Yung pangalawa pong portion, do you affirm the validity of the contents of your sworn statement submitted? Lumalabas po sa video para hindi kayo nagtaas. No offense, pero is there any reason for
If that was the affirmation, Your Honor, I did not need to raise my hand because I already swore earlier. So, yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Secretary Balisacan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Uh, First, let me mention that as part of its mandate, NEDA regularly provides the President, who is the chair of the NEDA board, memoranda and technical reports based on the monthly statistical releases of the Philippine Statistics Authority on inflation. And those memoranda and technical reports identify which commodity groups have contributed to inflation. So every month we provide that report to the president every time that the our Philippine Statistics Authority release the inflation numbers. And what we notice, and as part of that monitoring of the economy, is that by June of 2022, we started seeing higher the uptick in inflation for sugar. At the time, let me get the numbers here. At the time, while overall inflation or the headline inflation was 6.1% in June of 2022, we are already observing 10.9% inflation for sugar. And by July of that year, it went up to 17.6%, 26% in August, 30% in September, 34% in October, and until March, and January, in January it was already 38.8%. It was very alarming, and it is our responsibility to alert the president, the cabinet about this potential risk to the economy, especially as we are trying to stick with the medium-term plan of low inflation for the rest of the economy, the rest of the period of this administration, and the high growth that we are trying to tread. While sugar constitutes a small proportion of the consumer basket, that very high inflation nonetheless contributes significantly to
And if I may interject, what was the rate of inflation insofar as sugar is concerned a month prior to the importation subject of this investigation?
By January,
Go ahead,
it's 38.8. And to put that in perspective, Mr. Chair, the headline inflation was 8.7, the overall inflation. So it's really very high. And so we look at the numbers, as particularly on how the supply and demand situation look like, and it does appear at the time in January, early January, that when we provided a briefer to the president that there is a tight supply, and this tight supply is the one driving the high elevated prices of sugar, Mr. Chair. And by the way, that led us to suggest to the president, to recommend to the president to form this Interagency Committee on Food Inflation and Market Outlook, so that we can provide a more ex ante.
What's that again?
Interagency Committee on Inflation and Market Outlook, which will
Chaired by?
That will be chaired by NEDA, and with DA in that proposal, with DA as a vice chair, and other members include DOF, DBM, DTI, and.
Was it established through an executive order, or is it?
It was not yet an executive order.
It is not yet in existence.
But
as you speak.
Yeah,
now.
it was already approved during the meeting with the president, sectoral meeting, cabinet meeting, but the executive order has not been released yet, but it has been approved. So, and the intention, Mr. Chair, is to provide a more longer-term solution to all these problems so that we can provide ex ante analysis of supply situation, demand situation, price situation before a crisis erupts. And that is the intention. And so that policy decision on such critical matters like importation will look at the bigger picture, take a more balancing perspective, a balanced perspective on the policy decision that take into account the producers' interests, consumers' interests, and the national economy as a whole.
So how would you tie this up with with the with the importation done February?
He recommended to act on the importation to lessen the pressure on inflation.
Even though the interagency on food inflation and market outlook has yet to be
Yes,
created.
yeah. But the cabinet, particularly the economic team, has been also making a position on this, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, we have submitted memorandum to the President, as indicated in my affidavit, and the way forward to addressing these problems in the sugar industry. And we recommended short-term solutions as well as medium-term solutions, Mr. Chair, but of course, we did not provide any specific recommendation as to, for example, the timing, the volume of importation.
Looking forward, beyond the horizon, are we now saying that when we confront another shortage, onions, chickens, pork, etc., it will now be the said interagency, once created, who will be at the forefront of this?
As an advisory body lang, committee, Chair, we do know that it is the agencies like SRA that make a decision on importation, is in their charter, but the work of this interagency is to provide advice to the President, to the Cabinet, on how we may be able to address a problem that is that's looming in the background. It's
Without that interagency in place, it would just affirm the present situation that your role insofar as this importation was merely advisory in character.
Yes.
But your advice would be given sufficient weight and consideration, not just by the chief executive, but by the other implementing agencies as well, such as the Department of Agriculture and the SRA.
Yeah.
50%, more than 50%, 70% weight. Ganun kalakas po yung, kayo po yung pinakinggan dito. But I just got hold of your, ang haba pala nito. Yung summary ninyo ay, baka hindi ko matapos to ng 30 minutes. So lumalabas po na kayo po yung pinakinggan ng lahat.
No, I'm not sure about that, Mr. Chair. All we knew is we provided that report. We submitted that report, a briefer to the President, through the Office of the Executive Secretary. What happens next is we don't have any knowledge about that.
Ang nakikita ko nga, I have a copy of your sworn statement. Nakikita ko po yung trabaho ng Interagency Committee on Inflation and Market Outlook would include even energy inflation and its drivers. And that the Interagency would be co-chaired by the NEDA and the DOF, with the DBM as the vice chairperson, DA, DTI, DOE, DOST as members. Ang laki po ng saklaw nito. So,
Mr. Chair, the reason for that is that major sources of inflation that we have seen in the last couple of months are coming from the food and the energy consumption.
so
So
before
that's
we
why.
digress to other matters, what was your specific nudge or prodding that led to the decision of the executive to import, aside from the inflationary figures that you just mentioned?
The analysis that we have done, Mr. Chair, again, as provided in our affidavit, provide the inflation numbers that we have been monitoring. Our Philippine Statistics Authority has been monitoring, and we look at the supply and demand situation that could have possibly brought or led into to those high prices, and that's when we saw that inventories, or production has fallen far short of demand, and inventory has in the industry has gone down so low, and in many months actually they've been negative, and therefore the obvious implication, Mr. Chair, is that there is not enough supply out there, and we need to augment the available supply by bringing in imports. That's all that is included in the briefer, and we indicated there the period that's relevant in the analysis, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretary Balisacan.
Mr. Chair.
I'm just, with indulgence, Senator Ontiveros, I'm just curious that while your sworn statement would encompass several departments, DTI, DA, which I mentioned a while ago, curiously, the documents coming from your office would state that even the distribution of subsidies, targeted cash transfers, transportation, fuel subsidies, supposed to be included as part of the work of the interagency. Pero dito sa final na recommendation nyo, hindi nakasali yung DSWD. Dito sa mga documents na hawak ko ngayon, browsing over them, kasama yung targeted cash transfers, which probably would involve DSWD, public utility drivers, fuel subsidies, etc., etc.
So initially, the intention, Mr. Chair, was just to involve the economic members of the economic team so that it would be more manageable. We're just focus on inflation and the economy and what would what are needed to address those issues. That's all that the distribution thing about that's not so much the.
Make it more manageable.
Yeah.
Just one last question, just one brief question addressed to the Executive Secretary. Kailan po lalabas yung final version itong interagency executive order?
I think that is undergoing complete staff work at this moment, Your Honor.
Thank you. Senator Ontiveros, you have a point to raise?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sec Balisacan, to quote you, sabi po ng Secretary, we realize that it is the SRA that makes the final decision on importation. The Cabinet is recommendatory. So, reasonable ba yung conclusion nitong representation na based sa sinabi nyo, kailangan talaga ng sugar order mula sa SRA?
Based on my understanding of the mandate of SRA and the governance structure of SRA, Madam Chair, that it's SRA that makes the decision. Even if we recommend, if they don't, they have other considerations in mind.
That some of those decisions are embodied in sugar orders para sa importation.
Might be, Madam Chair. I don't really know.
I think so. Thank you, Secretary. Tapos, Mr. Chair, Secretary, the economic managers wrote the President one such memo, tulad ng binanggit nyo kanina, wrote the President a memo around August last year, as our budget hearings began. And you collectively gave the President your recommended sugar import volume for milling year 2022 to 2023. You never revealed what your advice was, but you said that the aim was to keep the price of sugar low. Nakapag-authorize na po ba tayo ng sapat na importation, Mr. Secretary, kung susundin natin yung payo nyo kay Presidente last year?
Well, the analysis that we were showing then at the time was that if we don't do anything about the current supply, this high inflation that we were then observing, which was running to over 30% on sugar, would persist. And so the economic team found that a very serious problem, because if that high price of sugar will now spill into other commodities, like the manufactured food, would now spill into demand for higher wages, then you will have a more serious inflation problem down the road. And so we are making a serious recommendation to do something about that, Madam Chair. And for us, it was obvious that you need to bring in, considering the drop in production during that year, because there was typhoon affected the sugar land areas, as I understand.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So let's see exactly what we did do. So far, nag-authorize ng importation ng 150,000 metric tons, yun yung first sugar order, 65,000 metric tons sa ilalim ng minimum access volume, at 440,000 metric tons dito sa sugar order number 6. So total, 655,000 metric tons. So mukhang lampas na ito sa advice nyo kay Presidente, pero di pa rin bumalik sa dati ang prices. Lumampas na nga po ba?
At the time, Mr. Chair, that was in August, September. And
Thank you for addressing me as Mr. Chair. Kanina, Madam Chair na yung tawag mo sa akin.
oh, I'm sorry. I apologize for the Mr. Chair. At the time, we were looking at the crop at the fiscal year ending December 22, and given the level of importation that what we are hearing of 150,000, we even actually were saying that that's not going to be enough to bring back even the level of stock that you have prior to between 2017 and 2021.
Pero Secretary, sa ngayon, enough na po ba? Or sumobra pa nga ba sa payo ninyo?
The last one, I look at these numbers, Madam, Your Honor, was in January. So I do not know if I have not been updated yet on the current state of the supply and market and demand situation. But we were hoping that once the EO is issued, we can mobilize our staff, our interagency committee, to make an assessment of the real situation, because we believe that we do really need to make a deep dive into the industry, trying to even to understand what's the optimal level of stock that we must have. Because I don't think that we have such an understanding, because if we do, we would have not run into this kind of inflation in the sugar industry.
Secretary, perhaps, or I would request if you could please submit an analysis to our committee through the chair. Kasi yun na nga po, di pa rin talaga bumabalik sa dati ang presyo ng asukal. And could the good secretary, bilang dati pong chair ng Philippine Competition Commission, share his hypothesis of why prices are still high? Kahit initially po, prior to your the analysis that this representation is requesting.
Based on the data that I am seeing, Your Honor, it is, I believe, that the very tight supply situation that is causing this high prices. As I was showing in the affidavit that was provided to you for 2022, for example, even if that supply import of 150,000 would have arrived, the situation would still be very tight. And especially if you compare that to the period in 2017, 2018, 2019, when the stock levels were very much higher and prices were very stable during that time. And now, one would expect that given the quite rapid growth of the economy, consumption, one would expect that the level of stock should be even now higher. But that's something for the Interagency Committee to perhaps dive into. So, Madam Chair, to answer your question, I think that the supply situation during that period is very tight, and it's quite likely that we are seeing some modest decline in the prices, particularly for wholesale refined sugar in recent weeks. So that could be good. But still, inflation of sugar at 30% still high, very high.
So Secretary, dun sa sinabi niyong tight supply situation pa rin, so opinion niyo kulang pa yung in-import natin?
As I said earlier, I had to look at the numbers because I am not quite sure what the numbers right now on the production side, because that's quite critical. I understand that last year the local sugar has had serious problem because of the sharp decline in production. But I'm not aware now of what the current situation is. Especially, it's supposed to be we just have ended a milling season.
Pero naobserbahan niyo rin po, based on dun sa sinabi niyong moderate decline lamang ng presyo, na mataas pa rin ang presyo ng asukal. Salamat, Secretary. And later, Mr. Chair, I'll also be asking follow-up questions kay Sec Pascual. Kasi batay po dun sa mga feedback ng mga vendors, pati mga supermarket owners, halimbawa, mataas pa rin po talaga ang presyo ng asukal. Salamat, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Senator Antiparas. Let's establish the sequence here. Hindi ko nabanggit kanina the firing order, so to speak. After Secretary Balizacan, we'll have DTI, and then Yusek Panganiban, and then SRA, and then we'll have the private sector, the planters, confederations present here. Thereafter, we will have the Bureau of Customs, and finally we'll have the Executive Secretary. So that's the pecking order, so to speak, insofar as these proceedings would flow. We have, I think, Senator Coco Pimentel virtually present. Senator Pimentel, do you have a statement to issue or questions, follow-up questions, the Minority Leader? Your Honor?
Okay. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I also cannot see you. I lost my glasses, Mr. Chairman. So, at any rate, Mr. Chairman, I've been listening from the very start. I have some questions with our NEDA Director General, pero kung pwede mamaya na lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Pimentel. I think DTI, you have a role, a big role, commencing 2022, and I understand that you're a member of that soon-to-be-formed Interagency Committee, but you issued a memorandum to the President regarding the extremely tight supply situation of sugar in the country. Secretary Pascual, you're under oath. Yung tanong po rito, at tatanungin uli mamaya ng marami, pati yung mga nanonood ngayon, tinanong ko na po ito nung huling hearing, nung merong isang tendera sa palengke dito, bumaba na ba ho ang presyo ng asukal? Hanggang anong halaga po? I hear someone. Is that Senator Pimentel?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Yes. So, Secretary Pascual, can you walk us through how you played a major role in this importation? We're now speaking of the February 2023 importation, as well as your behind-the-scenes role in buttressing the data provided by the NEDA. Secretary, you have the floor and our undivided attention, Secretary Pascual.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair. The main role we played was in the grouping that Secretary of the NEDA has explained earlier, that DTI was made part of the economic team that was asked to address the supply shortage and increase in prices of sugar. That has already been covered by Secretary Balisacan. That's the main role of DTI with respect to the determination of whether there is a need to import or not, to address two things. One is the shortage in supply, and related to that, the inflation in the price of sugar.
Secretary, if I may interject, your sworn statement mentions, and this is paragraph 11, mentions something about a focus group. Is
Yes.
this the same as the interagency group?
Yeah, the one being referred to by
Member of a focus group tasked to deliberate and propose actions or measures to address the concerns of the sugar industry. Is this the same?
Yeah, in August, on August 25, 2022, with the document coming from the Office of the Executive Secretary naming Secretary of Finance, Secretary of DTI, Secretary of NEDA, Undersecretary of DA, and members of the Sugar Board to make comments and recommendations relative to the domestic supply and increase in prices of sugar. This is the same group that Secretary Balisacan was referring to.
The focus group you referred to in your sworn statement is the same interagency group about to be created. Am I correct? Isa lang po yan.
This is the one covered by memo from the Executive Secretary dated August 25,
Correct.
2022.
So pareho lang po yan. Go ahead with your narrative, Secretary Pascual.
So, out of this memo, we came up with a memo in September, this specifically September 15, which concluded or made recommendations, as if I may read. This is item 3 in the memo coming from the said focus group, saying that the focus group strongly recommends the following interventions. Immediate issuance of an SO, sugar order, authorizing a sugar import program for the crop year 2022-2023. The SO is suggested to authorize the importation of 150 metric tons of raw sugar, 200 metric tons of regular refined sugar, and 200 metric ton premium or butler's grade sugar. The sugar order is suggested to include provisions on the arrival of the ports by September 2022 prior to the buildup of domestic production. Ensure the imports will not arrive after October, considering the needs of industries and peak harvest period in December, and automatically classify the imported sugar as B upon arrival to streamline the process and allow its immediate release to the domestic market.
Secretary, can we have the date again? Is it September or August?
The memo was dated September 15. 2022.
What I have here in my possession is a memo dated 25 August 2022.
The August 25, memo sa inyo na economic ng August 25. Ang memo nyo kay President September. So, nag-memo sa inyo ng August.
Tama po ba yan?
Yung August 26 was the memo to us to constitute that focus group.
No.
Yung Annex A. Ba yun?
I'm referring to Annex B. I'm referring to Annex B. It's signed by you as well as Secretary Balisacan, Secretary Jokno, and Yusek Panganiban. So, ito po ay nagsasaad na yung mga memo na lumalabas regarding the supply shortage was issued and other memos prior to that 2022.
But
Prior to the importation of February 2023.
Yes.
So there was a cumulative build-up, successive issuances of memos supporting the need for the issuance of an SO for an importation. Am I correct?
yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator Ontiveros.
And just for the record, Mr. Chair, to add to what the Chair has highlighted, the recommendation was the immediate issuance of a sugar order, which never materialized in time for the importation or before the importation, Mr. Chair, for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think Senator Pimentel is raising his hand. Senator
Yes.
Pimentel, yes. Yan ang mahirap. Ayan, nakita ka na natin, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, nahanap ko na rin po yung salamin ko. Hindi, pero babalik po ako kay Secretary Balisacan, Mr. Chairman.
You will have Secretary Balisacan and then you can have the DTI Secretary.
Yes. Kay Secretary, the NEDA Director General, please, why the need to form that interagency body which the Secretary of the DTI unfortunately calls by another name? Ang tawag niya, focus group naman. Hindi ba by yourself, Secretary, by the capabilities of your own office, you already noticed and concluded that sugar was contributing a significant portion of the overall inflation. So, what's the purpose of that interagency? Hindi ba pampatagal lang po yun?
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me clarify that the interagency's mandate is to address ex ante anticipatory, yung being able to see, to inform the supply and demand situation months in advance before any crisis can happen. The focus group discussion that was mentioned earlier is quite ad hoc in nature because it's meant to address the current problem. What's the actual situation in the sugar industry? What's the market? What we are proposing is not just, by the way, it's not just for sugar, Mr. Chair, but it's for the basic commodities, food commodities, including meat, corn, onion, and so on, plus the energy that is also a major source of inflation which we saw over the last couple of months. So again, the emphasis is very different. It's anticipatory. It's supposed to help inform cabinet decisions and things like importation or other regulatory measures, it's advisory in nature. It's just for the consumption of the cabinet, the president, so that we can be assured that what we are targeting, what we are aiming for in this medium-term plan would be achieved. Because we do recognize that if we cannot arrest this inflation, all the aspects, goals of the PDP, the Philippine Development Plan, would be at risk because that would lead to many other problems. And so, Mr. Chair, it's not meant. So to summarize, it's meant to address the not just sugar, but all
More
the
than sugar.
basic commodities. Two, it's anticipatory in nature. And three, it's more balanced. It's meant to take a look at the economy as a whole, the impact of inflation and the economy as a whole. So it's not a DA, for example, perspective, which by its very nature would take up the producer's interest perspective. It's not a DTI perspective because by the very nature of consumer protection, it's consumers' perspective. But we look into all these angles, including the national economy. So we hope that by providing the cabinet all this a more balanced perspective on the policy issue, we could make an appropriate decision, Mr. Chair. That's all the objective of that interagency committee.
Sige, Mr. Chairman, that means, Secretary, you need the field to go beyond your agency. Parang ganon. Okay, but as far as sugar is concerned, hindi po ba tama na all the data you need should be already available with the SRA?
Well, yeah,
Tama, di ba? That is the design of the government, right? That meron tayong SRA, everything that we need to know about the sugar industry in the Philippines should be with the SRA.
yeah, that's what we believe so, Mr. Chair. But as the situations, actual situations unfolded in the last couple of months, apparently we fall short of that because obviously we did not augment the domestic supply, augment the production with other sources of supply to ensure that prices would not skyrocket as they
Yes.
did during the last couple of months.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, pero for us, when we want to know what is the level of domestic production of sugar, we ask the SRA. We accept the figures, tama?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
When we want to know the projected national consumption of sugar, of the different kinds of sugar, we go to the SRA to get to look at their figures. Tama po ba yun?
SRA is one source of data for that, Mr. Chair, but the Philippine Statistics Authority also gathers data on sugar consumption, and they also do surveys and production. So they also have data, and in fact, that's what we see as some differences sometimes in the data of SRA and our data. And the basis for the inflation on sugar is from the data of the Philippine Statistics Authority, Mr. Chair. And that's nationally representative data.
So, thank you for that admission. Yun ang kasi sanang next question ko na in case of discrepancy or difference, whose information would you believe? So, siguro from experience, na sinasabi mo sa amin, SRA has not been that meticulous or very or detailed or careful in their data keeping or data tracking, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I'm not saying that, Mr. Chair, but I suppose that because of their mandate to protect the interests of farmers, they're probably doing that in that sense. But as I said, there are more interests. There are other interests in society. Consumers one, but the economy is another, and we want to make sure that those interests are properly aligned, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, but Mr. Secretary, to protect the interests of the sugar farmers and producers, they will keep inaccurate data. They should try their best to record the data or the information correctly, honestly, and accurately, timely, Mr. Chairman. So sana ganun, but sige, ito lang po ang tanong ko sa Secretary, Director General of the NEDA. If you see conflicting reports from PSA and SRA about the same metric that we want to know, which agency would you believe?
Then the natural course of action, Mr. Chair, is to look at the sources of that discrepancy, and it's one of the purposes of this interagency committee is precisely also that, Mr. Chair, to ensure that we know what the data are and what the sources are, and we have a shared understanding of that information. And let me also note, Mr. Chair, that while SRA may have the data all in its hand, we also note that SRA is also a regulatory agency. It's an enforcement of its own policies, and so it decides on who can import, what volume to import, and so so there may be some issues there. Mr. Chair, even if, for example, if there is already a looming shortage, it's of course in the interest of farmers, of millers, that prices are high. But for us, in the economic branch of government agencies, we will have to take that to take a different lens to ensure that those prices will not harm consumers, to ensure that those elevated prices will not harm the development goals of the country as a whole.
Yes, sir. I understand. You're talking about the concrete actions, not the decisions. But as policymakers, we need information or data to guide us. Kaya yun muna yung tanong ko. When it comes to the sugar industry or sugar controversies or the attempt of policymakers to solve actual problems in the sugar industry, we need data. And ako, ang understanding ko sa setup of the government, SRA must have almost all of the details concerning the sugar industry, and their data should be accurate. Unless if your experience tells us that there's something wrong with their data or their information, then we lessen the trust that we give to the information coming from the SRA. That's my point, Mr. Secretary. Yung concrete actions or decisions, mamaya i-question na nga natin yun eh. Yung mga anong basis nung decision, anong basis nung action. So what information naman. So at any rate, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the floor. Thank you for the time.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator.
Chair.
Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's a follow-up question.
Yes po, follow-up kay Sec Balisacan. Una, for the record po, Mr. Chair, yung 655,000 metric tons, which is the volume that we're talking about right now, is actually double what we used to import in the past 5 years, half decade. So parang kahit yun, dapat at siguradong alam po ng NEDA. At bilang mga ekonomista, malamang alam din ng NEDA that high sugar prices reduce consumption. Madaming pamilya daw po, hindi na bumibili ng asukal para sa kape. Bumibili na lang po sila ng 3-in-1. Yung USDA's analyst believes that consumption may have been reduced by up to 200,000 metric tons. So sana po, pakiisama po iyon ng NEDA sa kanilang analysis para sa ating komite. Steady ang production, extraordinary ang importation, at bumaba ang demand. And at this point, Mr. Chair, kay Sec Balisacan pa rin. So assuming, without conceding, that there's a need to import sugar to augment sugar supplies. Yung rekomendasyon po ba nung interagency committee or ng focused group, yung recommendation nyo po ba, sinama din yung paglimita nito sa 3 importer lamang?
We were blind into that. And that consideration, Mr. We're just looking at the aggregate picture. What's the total consumption there? What's the available supply there? And what are the prices right now? And so I guess as an economist, Mr. Chair, usually our test on the adequacy of supply vis-a-vis consumption is the price, unless you believe that there are anti-competitive practices out there. But
And speaking of anti-competitive practices, Sec, so hindi po nagrekomenda ang inyong interagency committee sa inyong memo, hindi po kayo nagrekomenda na ilimita lang yung importasyon sa tatlong importers.
no.
Sino pong nagrekomenda nun?
I can't answer and respond for that. I was not involved in any of the drafting or issuance of SO order number 6. In fact, the first time I heard about the SO number 6 when I read the news that came out of your interview, Madam Chair,
Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor.
Senator Ontiveros, one last follow-up question addressed to Secretary Balisacan. In your sworn statement, this paragraph 6, nakalagay po dito, nakatanggap kayo ng liham sa Office of the Deputy Executive Secretary for General Administration requesting for NEDA's comments and recommendations on the DTI's request for the issuance of an executive order on sugar importation. So sino ba talaga yung nag-request? DTI. Saan nagmula yung, kanina nalito na ako, akala ko kayo lang yung nag-provide ng data, yung pala nag-request ay DTI?
Yeah, the DTI, Your Honor, submitted a memo to the Office of the President, and the Office of the President asked for our comment on that memo, on the basis of our comment at that point, and for that August 3,
August 2.
yes, August 2, was on the proposed EO directing the release of sugar already imported into the country for industrial users, but currently stuck in the Philippine ports. And to also allow.
Si Secretary Pascual, sa inyo po galing request.
Tama po, Mr. Chairman. Noong July 28, 2022, nag-issue ang office ko addressed to the President ng isang memo saying that this memo is to apprise the President of the extremely tight supply situation of sugar in the country. DTI had established that based on our coordination with Sugar Regulatory Administration and major sugar industrial users, example, beverage and food manufacturers, the country's supply of refined sugar will last only until July 29, 2022. Our soft drinks factories, which represents 90% of industrial users of refined sugar, may be forced to shut down operations by mid-August. DTI recommends for His Excellency's consideration that the President issue an executive order that will release sugar already imported into the country for industrial users but currently stuck in Philippine ports. Allow industrial users, including small and medium-sized food manufacturers, to directly and indirectly import 50% of their sugar requirements. Immediately issue the direct importation policy for new crop year 2022-2023, allowing imports to arrive beginning September 2022. Ang role po ng DTI ay yung sa manufactured products. Ang concern nga namin, nagko-complain yung mga producers ng manufactured food products ng shortage or potential shortage ng supply. That's why in our memo, we made certain recommendations. At yun, on the basis of this, nag-issue nga ang sa amin ang Office of the Executive Secretary na mag-create ng focus group. Yun yung August 25 memo. And yung work ng focus group na yun was documented in a memo to the President dated September 15.
Mr. Chair.
Follow-up question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Different but related point kay Sec Pascual. A few weeks ago, DA officials, including I think SRA's Mr. Ascona, floated the idea of issuing an SRP, suggested retail price, for refined sugar. Kaya lang po, Sec, sabi po ng mga vendors at mga supermarket owners, mahal po ang kuha namin. So, does it make sense po to impose an SRP kung mahal ang kuha? Kung ang mataas na presyo ay sa wholesale? Does it make sense po to impose an SRP?
Although yung sugar retail prices, hindi kasama dun sa mandate ng DTI for SRP will depend on the cost of supply.
So it wouldn't make sense kung mataas po yung wholesale price na mag-impose ng
pero kailangan siguro-
SRP.
Yeah. Well, sinasabi nga yun, but wala nga data, no?
I think there's data to be collected by, if not already, by NEDA, by the PSA, and just to add from the anecdotal side, in a recent Senate committee hearing, sinabi po ito po yung hearing namin sa pag-amyenda ng Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act. Sinabi po ni Stephen Kua ng Supermarkets Association, 95 pesos per kilo ang kuha nila as a refined sugar. There's supply from everywhere, pero mataas lahat. So muli, paano po ibebenta sa 85 or 80 pesos ang asukal kung 95 pesos ang kuha? Any comments on that, Sec? Or it's
That's a claim. Kailangan siguro ma-verify.
all right? We will
The same
add
question would
the
probably apply
data
to
to that.
onions.
Pero ang onions, Mr. Chair, kahit papano bumababa na. And ang onions hindi po na subject sa ganitong kalaking, investigasyon tulad ng idinadaos ng ating komite sa ngayon. So lastly po at this point, Sec Pascual, pwede po kayang SWP, suggested wholesale price, ang ilabas ng department?
Kanino pong department ang maglalabas? Hindi,
Is
hindi
it
po
possible, is there any department in our executive na pwedeng mag-recommenda niyan?
Sa price kasi walang ganun eh. So, baka kailangang magkaroon ng provision of law that will authorize that such action. Kasi ano yun eh, we are generally a free market economy, ano?
Thank you, Sec. Yes, generally we are, and generally we promote competition. Kaya sobrang takaw pansin itong nangyayari sa asukal sa ngayon. Salamat, Secretary. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think we can proceed to the nitty-gritty of this investigation, and that would now entail the calling of Yusek Panganiban. Yusek, alam nyo, ilang postpone na kami rito dahil sa inyo eh. Natapos na yung Southeast Asian Games. Nakapunta na rin ako sa Southeast Asian Games. Ngayon lang namin kayo nahagilap. Ganong kahalaga po yung inyong ginampanang role dito sa usaping ito. Siguro, hayaan ko muna magtanong si Senator Risa. Pero ang tanong dito, ang dapat nasa likuran ng inyong isipan at siguro yun din ang sumasalamin sa isipan ng ating mga kababayan nakikinig ngayon. Yun bang authority ninyo ay hindi lang base sa pangangailangan kung hindi sang-ayon din sa batas? Pangalawa, ito po ba ay nakatulong sa sambayanan, sa consumer, sa mga namamalengke? Bumaba po ba ito? Bumaba po ba ang presyo sa mga pamilihang bayan? Pangatlo, dapat po nating maunawaan na hindi tuwing merong importation ng sugar, magbo-blue ribbon hearing tayo. Hindi naman po pwedeng ganun. Baka pag nag-sugar order 7, nandito na naman tayo. Sugar order 8, nandito na naman. Wala tayong katapusan nito. Di ba? Ang dami hong hinaharap natin na usapin na nangangailangan din ng ating interventions. But what is needed right now is clarity. Clarity, clarification, and predictability. Kailan ba tayo aangkat? Ano po ba yung tamang pamamaraan? At ito po ba ay magkakaroon ng madali ang benepisyo sa mga namamalengke, sa gumagawa ng banana queue, sa gumagawa ng mga tinda sa pamalengke gaya ng gulaman, iba't di tactical operation side ang pag-angkat ng asukal noong February 2023 kahit wala pa yung nando sa proposed resolution, Senate resolution, wala pa yung sugar order. Yun lang siguro. Maliwanagan yun. Bakit po nagkaganon?
At the time, the president called me after a meeting, after the cabinet meeting in the afternoon, and told me about the situation on inflation. Ang sabi ng presidente, masyadong mataas ang inflation ng sugar at 8.7% according to Secretary Balisacan. And on that basis, the president recommended the importation immediately because of the high cost of sugar in the market at yung inflation rate. So I told the president that perhaps, Mr. President, you have to really recognize the fact that the prices of sugar is high and the inflation rate is high. We have to import at this point because our production effort is not sufficient to our demand. And on that basis, he said, oh my, 1.7 million metric tons ang ating production, ang ating requirement is 1.2. So we need 455,000 metric tons of sugar to be imported. So on that basis, I'll call a meeting with the Sugar Regulatory Administration and trace out this problem with them. Ang sabi ng presidente, let's do it ourselves muna. And so 2 days after, he called again a meeting with me and several sugar importers. And he told the same thing and told the public, told us that we need really to import at this point because baka tumaas pa ang inflation rate and tataas pa ang presyo ng sugar sa public market. And so, after 1 hour of deliberations, the president said, let's import. Tell the public that we shall be importing. But I told the president, yes, Mr. President, you should be acting as President of the Republic of the Philippines, not only as Secretary of Agriculture, because this is your mandate. And so,
Mr. Chair, quick interjection at this point of the USEC's testimony. Sinabi ni Presidente, let's do it ourselves. Tama po ba ito?
hindi sinabi.
That's what I heard you say, Mr. Secretary
Hindi
USEC.
sinabi ng Presidente, let's do
Ano
it
yung
ourselves.
sinabi ni Presidente po?
Sinabi niya, let's import.
Let's import. All right. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
So that's it.
Mr. Chairman.
When you say let's import, it would have to be done through the process.
No, he said, let's import through selected importers of sugar.
Mr. Chair, another interjection. Kasi napaka-importante kung ano po yung sinabi o di sinabi ni Presidente. Ayon po kay USEC, sinabi ni Presidente, let's do it through selected importers.
Oh, sinabi niya.
So yung pong tinanong ko kay Sec Balisacan kanina, kung kanilang Interagency Committee ang nagrekomenda na mag-import lang dun sa 3 importers, sa salaysay po ninyo USEC, si Presidente ang nagsabi, mag-import tayo sa pamamagitan ng selected importers?
Yeah.
And sa pagkaintindi po ninyo, Yusek, ibig po bang sabihin iyon nung sinabi ni Presidente na hindi na kailangan ng sugar order?
Hindi po sinabi ng Presidente yun.
Ano po yung intindi
Ang
niyo po sa
sinabi niya,
sinabi ni
let's import.
Presidente?
That's important.
Sinabi ni Presidente, let's import, and sinabi niya, let's do it through certain importers, selected importers.
Ang sabi lang niya, let's import it. Ang sinabi sa akin. So I started looking at around.
And
And-
earlier, Yusek, Mr. Chair, sinabi niyo na sinabi ni Presidente, let's do it through selected importers. Kinonfirm
Yeah,
niyo sa
that's
akin
right.
kanina.
That's right.
Wow, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yusek, can you clarify this? Although I appreciate your candor and frankness, but the names of the importers, were they mentioned?
Wala pa sinasabi.
Pero sinabi lang, let's import.
Sinabi lang.
Oh, hindi naman sinabi si importer A, si importer B, importer C, walang ganon.
Wala sa sinasabi.
Thank you for that clarification. But have you done a shortlisting or vetting of qualified out of si ilan ba mga importers? 100, 130, may mga nabasa akong ganon.
Siguro around that month because nakita ko yung listahan eh.
130, 100 plus. So, konti lang yung magko-qualify doon sa
I think so.
yung may kakayahan na maka-import. At alam mo yon kung sino yung mga may kakayahan.
Hindi ko pa alam.
Hindi
I have to ask SRA on that.
So, wala kang alam doon. So again, you can continue. So,
Before that, Mr. Chair, just a quick follow-up on the question of the Chair.
yes, go ahead.
Salamat, Chair. So, Yusek, sino po ang namili ng importers?
I think we will Senator Antibero, once we reach the stage of SRA, siguro, can we wait for that or?
Yes, of course, Mr. Chair. And just lastly to the Yusek, so paano po ninyo ininterpret yung sinabi ni Presidente na let's import?
Well, I have to ask SRA and the SRA board on that.
Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, may tanong ko kay Yusek Panganiban.
Senator Pimentel,
Yes, thank you. Yusek Panganiban,
Yes.
please makinig po kayo. Kasi sa notes ko, sinabi ko rin, sinulat ko rin dito, sabi, the President told you, let's do it ourselves. The same question ni Senator Ontiveros. And then sabi mo, he never said that. Can you please recall what he said?
kaya pakiulit po Senator Pimentel. Kung ano po yung pakiulit para marinig ni Yusek Panganiban.
Naririnig naman po ako ngayon. Apo. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can see you also.
Yes, thank you. Kasi dito nga nasa notes ko nga rin the same question ni Senator Ontiveros, sinabi, nasa notes ko, naka-quotation marks pa, let's do it ourselves. So, Yusek Panganiban, sa'yo po nanggaling yan that the President told you, let's do it ourselves. Did this happen or not happen? Kasi nagbago kwento mo immediately after eh.
I think I said it that way.
Yes, correct. Kaya nga, please answer nalito po ako kasi when Senator Ontiveros followed up that statement, you denied it. Ngayon, you really said it that way. Ngayon, next question, sir, Yusek Panganiban. Factual lang po, factual question lang. You're under oath naman eh. The President met with you and sugar importers. Therefore, I'm sure hindi 100 yung meeting yun. Nakapili na po ng imi-meeting. Ilan pong sugar importers or traders ang physically present doon sa meeting na yun?
Meeting with the President.
Yes po, sinabi mo, the President met with you and some sugar importers or traders. I'm sure that was not a big meeting. Ilan po yun? Aside from you, ilan po yung nag-attend na sugar importers or traders?
At that time,
How many po?
ito.
You can turn off your microphone, Yusek Panganiban, while consulting with your peers or advisors. Huwag niyo po intindihin yung ingay sa kabilang kwarto si
Public order hearing.
public order hearing.
Mr. Chairman, in the meantime, pwede magtanong sa SRA. Factual lang po, factual. Is the SRA there? Sino po ang representative?
Your Honor, dadating po tayo dun sa SRA if you heard my procedural.
Mr. Chairman, one question.
Okay, go ahead, Senator
Okay,
Pimentel.
sa mata ng SRA, sa records ng SRA, ilan po itong mga accredited sugar importers? Para lang yung universe, alam ko lang kung ilan yung historical data, ilan po ang mga firms involved in sugar importation. Does the SRA have that information?
Mr. Chair, good morning po. Offhand, sir, no, I don't have the paper here. But yung registered siguro sa atin, sir, lampas ng 100. But yung historical po na nag-i-import na sa 30 to 40, depending on the sugar order po and depending on the import program po.
Okay, sige. Okay, lampas 100 pero hindi lalampas ng 150?
Hindi abot ng 150, I think, sir.
Sige, okay, so at least nakita na natin. 100 to 150 ang nagpa-register ever, and then 30 to 40 ang actively involved. So can I go back, Mr. Chairman, to the question I posed to Yusek Panganiban?
Yes, Your Honor. Yusek, you're ready? Answer briefly and as far as your memory would permit you. Anong question po? Ano pong question, Senator Pimentel?
Yung meeting po na nabanggit niya that the President met with him and sugar importers / traders. So, ang tanong ko lang, ilan yung, aside from him, ilan po yung mga sugar traders na nandun sa meeting na yon?
Well, the President directed to limit the allocations to a few importers who are willing to shoulder warehousing, transportation, and other related costs, and to sell it at reasonable price to manage inflation.
Minority Leader, Mr. Chair, if I may interject, just to show a photo in support of the line of questioning of Sen. Pimentel. May I, Minority Leader, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, pero babalik
Thank
po ako
you.
sa tanong ko kasi hindi nasagot eh. Sige po.
Oo nga po eh. So, follow up ko kasi, so ito po ay photo mula sa Digicast Negros. Dito po ba sa meeting na to, sinabi ni Presidente na let's do it ourselves? Mr. Chair, if the USEC could kindly respond at the mic. Dito po bang kanina off mic sinabi ni USEC, na dito sa meeting na to sinabi ni Presidente, let's do it ourselves. Tama po ba, USEC?
Ang sinabi ng Presidente, let's import.
Mr. Chair, USEC, tinanong ko na po sa inyo kanina, tinanong ulit po ni Sen. Pimentel, at kanina, kinonfirm nyo na sinabi ni Presidente, let's do it ourselves. At kanina po nung wala pa kayo sa mic, sinabi po ninyo, nung tinanong ko po kung dito ba sa photo na to na sinabi ni Presidente sa meeting na to, let's do it ourselves.
Hindi po sinabing let's do it ourselves. Ako po nagsabi nung let's do it ourselves. Ang sinabi po ng Presidente, let's import.
Yeah, so,
Mr. Chair,
Senator,
yes, Mr. Chair.
for the end time, ito na siguro yung final. Ano po? Let's do it ourselves or let's import?
Let's do it, let's import.
Let's import. So yun ang sinabi.
Yun ang pagkakasabi.
That's it. Let the records reflect that the USEC of DA reiterated and clarified, perhaps retracted, but the final words given was,
Let's
do it ourselves or let's import.
Wala pong ourselves.
Let's import. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect,
To remove all the confusion, yun na talaga eh. Final na yun.
Final na yun.
Mr. Chair, this representation is still confused. Baka pwede po nating i-check yung transcript kung talaga bang sinabi ni Yusek kanina nung sila'y nagsasalita, let's do it ourselves.
Point
Yes,
of order,
Mr. Chair.
excuse,
Senator
Mr. Chairman.
Pimentel is trying
Naka-
to raise a point.
Yes, naka-oath ba yan si Yusek Panganiban? Naka-oath?
Yes, yes.
Okay, bantay lang po tayo sa mga sagot natin, opo.
Medyo bago natin bigkasin siguraduhin natin, yun na yun. We understand yun, baka may jet lag pa rin pareho tayo. So, let's import. Okay.
Mr. Chair, kung ang sinabi man ni Presidente ay let's do it ourselves, na yun po ang narinig namin ni Sen Pimentel na sinabi ni Yusek Panganiban at maaring i-check sa transcript, which I request the chair to instruct our COMSEC to do, or kung sinabi ni Presidente ang let's import, nangyari po ba yung sinabing iyon ni Presidente dito sa meeting na to, yung nasa photo ng Digicast Negros?
It's after the fact, Madam Chair.
After which fact, Mr. Chair, itong photo ay pagkatapos ng meeting na iyon?
Yeah.
Matagal po ba?
So, Mr. Chair, the USEC has said on mic that yes, this photo was taken after the meeting kung saan batay sa narinig namin ni Sen Pimentel at machi-check natin sa transcript na sabi ni Yusek Panganiban, sinabi ni Presidente, let's do it ourselves. For the record, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, follow up ulit para matapos tong very specific factual elicitation from that meeting, Mr. Chairman.
But I think the final words now are let's import. Okay.
Oo
As
nga,
Mr.
but-
Chair,
yes, ito nga Mr. Chairman, tanong ko sa notes ko, ang sabi ng ating resource person or witness, the President said, let's import through selected importers of sugar. Oh. Ganun po ba ang mensahe na sinabi ni Presidente?
Lang ng Presidente, let's import.
Let's import. Okay, so saan kaya nanggaling itong mga true selected importers of sugar, Mr. President? Well, anyway, so balik ako kay Yusek Panganiban. Ilan po, sa meeting na yon na present ka, ilan po ang total number of sugar importers na naimbitahan sa meeting na yon na pumunta?
At least wala pong sugar importers na marami dahil ang pinatawag po ng Presidente ay 4 o 5 yata. And apparently, ang nakita ko doon si Mr. Escaler, si Mr. Alvarado, and 2 or 3 others.
Escaler Alvarado. Yes, sir. So thank you. You did not organize this meeting, na imbitahan lang din po naman kayo doon. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Chairman? Secretary? Ito po hindi meeting ninyo. Ito po yung meeting na naimbitahan lang din po kayo. Apo. Salamat po. Tama po, Secretary.
Yusek Panganiban is nodding his head as a sign of affirmation of what the Honorable Minority Leader is asking.
Thank
He
you.
was just invited.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We can let him continue with this testimony.
Are there any other questions, Senator Antiveros?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Salamat po. Yes, to Yusek Panganiban, Mr. Chair. Yusek, last February 22, 2023, nagbigay po kayo ng statement sa media kung saan sinabi nyo, quote, in response to the directive of the President to address inflation and create a buffer stock, and given that sugar is one of the components of most commodities that drive the consistently high inflation rate, I acted with haste and interpreted the memorandum issued by the Office of the Executive Secretary as an approval to proceed with the importation. With the urgency of the situation, I instructed 3 capable and accredited companies to proceed with the importation of the sugar, provided that they agree to reduce the prices of sugar. Ipi-play lang po mabilis, Mr. Chair, itong video ng statement ni Yusek Panganiban.
So the purpose of this footage is to allow Yusek Panganiban to refresh his memory or to confirm his statements made?
Both, Mr. Chair, and also as the basis for the follow-up question to this statement.
Yes, you can play that footage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And create a buffer stock. Given
In spite of the technical difficulties, Mr. Chair, maaari bang tanungin si Yusek Panganiban, batay po sa statement ninyo na nandito sa video na ito, do you agree that a sugar order is a necessary instrument in order to allow sugar importation? At yes or no question lang naman po ito.
yes, in some instances it is a necessity.
In some instances only, Mr. Chair,
Or
Yusek
in all
Panganiban?
instances,
In all instances. Salamat po. So, this means na kahit anong imported sugar na pumasok sa bansa nang walang sugar order ay hindi po compliant sa batas.
Depende po sa order na binigay ng SRA at ng board.
Kaya nga po, Mr. Chair, Yusek, depende sa order o sugar order na binigay ng SRA o ng board. So, ibig nga pong sabihin, hindi compliant sa batas ang anumang imported sugar na pumasok sa bansa na walang sugar order.
Maroon din po dahil yung MAB or minimum access volume, wala po sugar order yun.
Iba pa po ang MAV, Mr. Chair, Yusek, at in
imported
fact
din
may
po yun.
itatanong ako tungkol dyan mamaya. I think Mr. Azcona. Pero dito lang po sa usapin ng sugar order. Kung walang sugar order, pero may pumasok na imported sugar sa bansa, paglabag po yun sa batas, tama po?
Hindi ko po alam yun eh.
Ano po, sorry,
Hindi
Yusek?
ko po alam dahil
Mr. Chair, Yusek, napakahirap naman pong tanggapin na hindi alam ng senior Yusek ng DA ang batas po na sinusunod ng SRA sa
hindi
sugar
po. Ang akin
importation.
pong role is to sit on the board of SRA, and SRA is giving me the data that is necessary for us to agree or disagree on importation.
Kaya nga po, Mr. Chair, Yusek, pero kanina po, ang sabi nyo, sumang-ayon po kayo sa representasyong ito, na a sugar order is a necessary instrument in order to allow sugar importation. Sabi po ninyo, yes. So, ang kabaliktaran po noon, kung walang sugar order, walang or kulang ang necessary instrument para payagan ang sugar importation. Ibig sabihin, kung nag-import ng sugar na walang necessary instrument na sugar order, ay violation po yun ng law. Hindi po ba?
Gaya po na sinabi ko, I'm dependent on what the SRA board is giving me to agree or disagree.
Mr. Chair, dahil wala pong categorical answer na logical dapat sa unang categorical yes ng senior Yusek, ipapakita ko po yung video naman ng Deputy Executive Secretary. Tignan po natin.
Senator,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
perhaps the question would call for a determination of whether the USEC has the capacity to conclude the legal basis of any importation. But apparently from his replies, it would appear that he's just sticking to the facts as well as to the determination of another body, the SRA for that matter. So wala ka ba abogado ron sa opisina mo na pwede mo pagtanungan?
Marami pong abogado. Pero hindi ko po tinanong.
Saklaw ang legalidad. Siguro
And
yung
Mr.
sagot
Chair.
niya, Senator Ontiveros.
Opo, Mr. Chair, yun ang sagot nila. I wish nasa DA ang senior USEC. Half a century na po. And at one time, chinair din po nila ang SRA board mismo bilang DA secretary. So,
Say,
posibleng hindi po alam. Yes, napakahirap pong paniwalaan na hindi po alam ng USEC ang sagot sa basic na tanong na ito. Yes, Mr. Chair, ito na po yung video ng Deputy Executive Secretary. So, kung maaring panoorin po natin ito.
Question of Senator De La Rosa. That's another hearing.
Kung naghahang po yung video, Mr. Chair.
Is it being affected by the other speaker in the other room?
Kung ayaw pong mag-play, Mr. Chair,
Can you just narrate
yes, Mr. Chair, I will
what took
narrate.
place during this?
Opo.
Is this a press conference or?
Opo, sa video po nito, kasama po yung Deputy Executive Secretary sa tanong po ng, is the letter to the Executive Secretary a sugar order? Ang sagot po dyan sa video na iyan ng Deputy ESI, quote, actually, it is
Yusek, did the palace validate or agree with your interpretation that the letter from the executive secretary is indeed considered a sugar order?
Mukhang naghang na naman po yung video natin, Mr. Chair. Ang sagot po ng Deputy ES sa video na yan ay, quote, actually it is just a directive to implement the order of the President. Close quote. So, malinaw na in and of itself, hindi ito pwede maging legal basis para mag-angkat ng asukal. So, yun po yung gusto kong ipakita. Kasi dun sa hindi logical na pagkakasunod-sunod ng sagot ni Senior Yusek kanina lang, parang quite the policy change. Oh, ito na naman po, Mr. Chair.
May we know who is speaking? A reporter.
Reporter po. So malinaw po sa video, Mr.
Can
Chair.
we-
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Good Senator, who is the one talking? That's apparently that's not Secretary Yusek Panganiban. Sino yung nagsasalita?
Katabi po dyan sa video na yan, Mr. Chair, ni Yusek Panganiban, Senior Yusek Panganiban, ay ang Deputy Executive Secretary, whom if I heard
Excuse me, Mr.
from
Chairman.
Sec earlier,
May I make,
yes, sir.
may I make
Chair.
a correction? The other person there is Undersecretary Roy Cervantes. He is right now here, Your Honor.
The committee notes the presence of the Undersecretary and perhaps he will be called later once we get to the pecking order announced earlier. Yusek Panganiban, anything to add concerning this press conference? Although hindi kayo nagsalita dito eh. Hindi naman kayo nagsalita doon. Nung nakaupo ba ho kayo, nagsalita kayo? Yung nauna?
Siya lang ang nagsalita.
Apparently, hindi naman siya nagsalita doon sa Hindi siya ang tinatanong, Senator Ontiveros.
In the press conference proper, Chair, na naganap bago yung video na to, press conference po ni Senior Yusek Panganiban. Nung nag-follow up questions or interviews yung mga reporters sa kanila, pagkatapos ng press con, katabi na po nila si Yusek at dun din po nagsalita si Yusek, Mr. Chair.
So, any follow-up questions? Sir?
Well, kasi hindi po logical yung pagkakasunod-sunod na mga sagot ni Yusek kanina. Eh kung ganyan, may policy change na hindi naman in all instances, hindi naman 100% of the time na kailangan ng sugar order para mag-authorize ng sugar importation. Eh, hindi pala dapat nagtalo-talo noon nung first sugar hearing kung dapat may pirma ba o hindi ang presidente dahil di naman pala kailangan ng sugar order. Pero pinasinungalingan yan, Mr. Chair, dun sa sinabi ni Yusek dun sa video na iyan, na in fact, ang opinion ng Office of the Executive Secretary, even at that time, ay iniintay nilang makumpleto yung sugar order na dinadraft at that time. And yung sugar order, ang dapat compliance dun sa instruction ng Executive Secretary, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, because many things
Yes.
are alluded to my office, may I just make this clarification because it's a point of law? Okay. We were aware that the sugar order was not absolutely necessary for the absolutely necessary for the importation to be made. But in the end, if the importation of sugar came already into the country, that sugar order would still be essential as the basis for the issuance of clearances by the SRA, because the clearances would be required by the Bureau of Customs. That is the context that the sugar order and the clearance should be differentiated.
Mr. Chair.
Perhaps the interjection of the Executive Secretary would require some legal interpretations here related to the quashing of the seizure order, etc., etc. I think, yes, you will have your piece at the tail end of this hearing, unless the good senator has another follow.
Just an immediate follow-up question, Mr. Chair, to the interjection of the Executive Secretary. With all due respect, Mr. Chair, nadidisturb po yung kalooban ko dun sa sinabi po ng Executive Secretary na a sugar order is not absolutely necessary. At that point, gayunpaman, Mr. Chair, dahil sa plain understanding ko, bilang mambabatas lamang at hindi abogado, but ang plain understanding ko po ay, ayon sa batas, kailangan ng sugar order para payagan ang sugar importation. Otherwise, we just blow the whole system thus far wide open. Kahit pa in the country already, yung imported sugar na iyan, para sabihin natin na the sugar clearance is then necessary, sa understanding ko rin po, Mr. Chair, hindi pa rin full compliance with the law iyon. Dahil may tamang pagkakasunod-sunod dapat ng mga pangyayari. At ang sugar clearance ay hindi isang sugar order. In fact, at ito sana ang isang later question ko sa Bureau of Customs, let me read quickly, Mr. Chair, the following provision of law. Section 117 of the Customs Modernization and Tariff Act, CMTA, provides that goods which are subject to regulation, at isa po dito ang asukal, goods which are subject to regulation shall be imported or exported only after securing the necessary goods declaration or export declaration, clearances, licenses, and any other requirements prior to importation or exportation. Just for the record, Mr. Chair, at this point in time. Salamat po,
Bureau
Mr.
of
Chair.
Customs answered that once Yusek Panganiban concludes his narration. Anything to add, Yusek? Balikan ko na ha. Klaro na natin. Ang natatandaan mong salita, kahit maraming retractions, back and forth, let's import. Yun po yun, di ba? Pwede ka magsalita because your nodding is not recorded in the transcripts. Totoo po yun, tama po yun, o sa inyong pagkakatanda? Yes or no? Paki-on po yung...
Well, tama po, because the president said let's import.
Yung pong pag-meeting doon sa mga importers na nabanggit kanina, wala po kayong kinalaman doon kasi imbitado lang po kayo. Can you answer? Not who is
Wala po.
whispering behind you. Tama po yan.
Tama.
Yes, Senator Tiberos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yusek, do you stand po by your statement that All Asian Counter Trade Inc., Sukden Philippines, and Edison Lee Marketing ang tatlong pinaka-capable at accredited companies?
Yes, ma'am.
Kung gayon ay gusto ko lang itanong po. Bakit po ano pong basis nyo para sabihin sila po ang pinaka-capable sa mga importers?
Necessary resolution.
For guidance, my office then considered those recommended by farmers groups, particularly in the August 1, 2022 Joint Board Resolution of the Luzon Federation of Sugar Growers Association, or LuzonFed, and United Sugar Producers Federation of the Philippines, UNIFED, to it, that we should give the job of importing refined sugar to local traders who have in the past and present the track record in the SRA for import and export and who have joined the import-export program in the past. As suggested by the two federations, these traders are All Asia Counter Trade, Amerop Philippines Incorporated, Sukdan Philippines Incorporated, Edison Lee Marketing Corporation, Oro Aliado Commodities, San Francisco Area Commercial, and Skylar Company Incorporated.
Yes.
Sorry. So, ibig sabihin, nirekomenda sa inyo ito ng mga planters group.
Yeah.
Natatanungin natin mamaya. At base doon sa rekomendasyon na yon, sino naman po ang pumili? Nung napili? Sino po yung pumili?
In the memorandum from the Executive Secretary dated 13 January 2023, wanted to give assurance to the President that they could deliver and also comply with the conditions that they shoulder all the cost of warehousing, transportation and other costs, and that they will sell the sugar at reasonable price that will lower and stabilize sugar prices in the domestic market.
Yes.
Russ?
Salamat, Mr. Chair. So, ngayon, fina-flash po natin yung binanggit ni Yusek Panganiban na August 1, 2022 resolution. At ang nakapirma nga po ay ang Luzon Fed at saka ang UniFed. And as an aside, Mr. Chair, no, the one signing for UniFed is Mr. Lamata, whom I remember was the one so angry at the importation of last year under the failed sugar order number 3. Alam niyo po ba, Yusek, yung percentage na mga magsasaka natin na nire-represent ng UniFed at saka ng Luzon Fed? Hindi niyo po alam. So, Chair, I'd like to flash here yung isang dokumento entitled Raw Sugar Production by Producers, by Affiliation. So, ayon sa dokumentong ito, based on 2021 to 2022 statistics, UniFed represents 21%, 0.72% of planters, and Luzon Fed 2.89% of planters. Ang pinakamalaki dito ay ang CONFED, representing 32% of planters' production. Yusek, tinanong nyo rin po ba ang CONFED kung anong tingin nila sa pagbigay ng allocation dun sa tatlong importers?
Hindi po.
Hindi po. Perhaps, Mr. Chair, now's a good time to ask them. Nandito po ang CONFED, Mr. Chair.
Senator Ontiveros, I think the pecking order would require SRA after Yusek Panganiban, and then the Confederation, the planters. Thereafter, we will have the last one would be ES. Number 6 would be customs.
All right. If I may just ask one quick initial question.
That would be in the form of
CONFED.
manifestation, but we
All
will
right,
be
Mr. Chair.
seeking the reply when your turn comes.
All right, Mr. Chair. So para lang pag-isipan ng Executive Director, Mr. Hensoli ng CONFED, sinuportahan nyo rin ba ng CONFED yung allocation sa trio? Kasi po, if we are citing farmers groups as the basis for the choice, dapat pakinggan din po natin yung pinakamalaking grupo. For the record, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Magot. As I said, parang manifestation lang yun ni Senator Ontiveros. Any other questions addressed to Yusek Panganiban?
Yes, Mr. Chair, salamat po. I have further questions for Yusek Panganiban. Balik po tayo dun sa usapin ng pinaka-reliable, no, sa mga importers, yung statement nyong iyon. Ang tanong ko po ay reliable nga ba? Reliable ba talaga, Yusek? Kasi po, in Sugar Order 2 last year, yung imports ay ibinigay exclusively sa mga industrials. So yung industrials po, liban sa Coke, liban sa Nestle, wala po silang know-how, wala po silang logistical capabilities na mag-import. At pinayagan po sila na mag-appoint ng sarili nilang trader para mag-import para sa kanila. And the fact po, Mr. Chair, Yusek, wala po sa kanila ay pumili ng sukden. Kahit po intense ang lobbying ng sukden noon na sila yung piliin. Pinakita ko na po in a previous hearing yung independent audit report ng Reyes and Takundong, Reyes and Takundong, no opening statement, Mr. So ito po, Mr. Chair,
What are we?
we were and we will again be looking at the independent audit report ng Reyes and Takundong ng Sukden, which will show po in the record para actually po, at tanong po ito kay Yusek Panganiban pa rin.
Okay.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Kung batay po, Yusek, dito sa independent auditor's report ng Reyes, Takundong and Company na nagpapakita na may hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's in a later part of ito po, Mr. Chair, medyo malabo lang. May hundreds of thousands of dollars in capital deficiency ang Sukden at may tens of thousands of dollars na capital deficiency rin, resulting in continuing losses, raising doubts on the company's ability to continue as a going concern. So batay po dyan, Yusek, naniniwala pa po ba kayo na talagang competent and reliable ang Sukden?
I'm not aware of it.
Mr. Chair,
I think
the Yusek is not
SEC
aware of
is
it.
Here. The SEC is here. The SEC was invited. Comsec, nandito ba? BIR is here. Mamaya tatanungin natin lahat sila. Nandito ba ang Securities and Exchange Commission? Nag-confirm yan. Wala?
Wala sila today, sir.
In that case, Mr. Chair,
Because this document apparently came from the SEC.
thank you, Mr. Chair. This document is a copy of the independent audit report
Submitted
of
to the
Reyes
SEC.
Takundong.
Oh.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And muli, mahirap paniwalaan or mahirap tanggapin man lang na hindi aware si Yusek dito dahil para piliin ang tatlong pinaka-reliable at capable na importers, isang basic po na impormasyon ay yung financial capability nila na pinasisinungalingan nitong audit findings na to. Nandito naman din po ang SUKDEN, Mr. Chair. So mamaya itatanong ko sila, accurate po ba iyan or dinidispute ba nila yung audit findings? At hindi lang po yan SUKDEN, Mr. Chair, Yusek Panganiban. Ayon din sa aming pananaliksik, All Asian has a long history of smuggling that they were allegedly able to simply fix during a former administration. All Asian has a record of defaults with Coke in the previous administration. All Asian has a lawsuit filed against them by Nestle only late last year. So, ito nga ba ang sinasabi natin na competent? Pero Mr. Chair, Yusek, ano man po ang dahilan, ang tanong pa rin, bakit naman po tatlo lang? Why not allow more players in the spirit of competition? In previous SOs, 20 or more importers were given allocations. Dito po sa SO6, as many as 54 entities applied. So ano po yung logic ng paglimita nito sa tatlo lamang?
As already stated, the President said assurance to the President that they could
I
deliver.
don't think it is appropriate for you to really stress na sinabi ni Presidente, ito yung alam mo, yung sa ang tanong ni Senator Ontiveros, sa pagkakaalam mo, base sa iyong karanasan, base sa iyong katungkulan, yun po dapat yung inyong tugon.
Yung records po na binanggit ni Honorable Senator Ontiveros, hindi ko po alam eh. Dahil ako po, nung ako'y undersecretary at secretary, hindi po ako involved sa sugar. Ang involvement ko po sa production sa Department of Agriculture. Ang involved po sa sugar, nung panahong yun, ay si Secretary Arturo Bong Tanco Jr. Matagal na po yun.
Matagal na po yun.
Kaya nga.
Baka bata pa kami noon.
Oo.
So, again, wala kang knowledge. Okay. I think that's the answer of Secretary Yusek Panganiban.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, that is the answer. Dahil kung wala pong knowledge sa ganitong mahalagang impormasyon sa dalawa sa tatlong chosen importers so far dito sa SO6. So nananatili yung tanong, paanong nasabing sila yung pinaka-reliable, sila yung pinaka-competent kung may negative information in fact sa kanila which are matters of official record. And if I may turn quickly to Mr. Escaler, Chair, at this point,
Senator
later.
Risa, we will have
Yes.
you'll
All
have
right.
the opportunity to
Yes,
question
Mr.
the
Chair.
private sector representative.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would just like to ask him later, Mr. Chair, if he is also a large domestic buyer. And also later, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Mr. Ascona, our acting administrator of SRA, about what he said about the three importers buying more than half of the country's domestic supply. So just to my last questions for Yusek Panganiban, Mr. Chair. So, Yusek, ifa-flash ko naman po yung sulat ninyo, Yusek, kay Mr. Escaler. Pero bago po nun, Yusek Panganiban, tama po ba na January pa lang, ay ito nga, sinulatan nyo na si Mr. Escaler at sinabihan sila na mayroon silang 240,000 metric tons. Tama po ba yon?
Hindi ko po alam.
Just to refresh the memory of the good Yusek, Mr. Chair, ifa-flash ko po ang sulat ng Yusek kay Mr. Escaler. So, mag-refresh po tayo ng memory dito, Yusek Panganiban, sa inyong sulat kay Mr. Escaler noong 13th January 2023. So, please help me understand, Yusek. Kung si Mr. Escaler ay nag-grant ng 240,000 metric tons noong January ninyo, on the premise na sinusundan ninyo o sinusunod ninyo ang instruction ni Presidente as laid down sa memorandum ng ES. Ano po yung binibigay sa sugar order nung February 15, a month after, sa All Asian ulit? Yan po ba ay 240,000 metric tons on top of yung January 240,000 metric tons? So 480,000 metric tons na po ba ang allocation ng All Asian? Parang ridiculous po, Mr. Chair.
The directive of the President to import sugar is a valid basis for allowing importers to import sugar. There is no specific law, rule, or regulation outlining the procedure for the issuance of the sugar importation orders. This is the reason why sugar orders issued by SRA differ in amount, scope, conditions, including the criteria for those to be given allocations to import sugar. Approving sugar importation is not exclusive to SRA. In fact, SRA is not even expressly granted authority by any law to regulate imported sugar.
So, okay na, sir.
Mr. Chair, a lot of what the good USEC said, bago po sa akin yan. Para ano pa may batas kung hindi natin susundin? Para pa ano pa ang mandate ng SRA na balansehin yung mga minsan competing interest at claims ng lahat ng stakeholders sa sugar industry kung babaliin natin. O nga po, yung maraming naunang sugar order nagtatakda ng amount, ng scope, yes, pati criteria ng mga importers. Pero ang malinaw, before this amazing sugar order number 6, marami pong sugar order ang lumabas bago ng importation. Kaya nakakagulat marinig ngayon na the President's directive alone is valid to import. Kasi kung ganun, para kay pa ang SRA. We are really seeing a policy change here, Mr. Chair, without the participation, by the way, of the policymakers, the legislature. And in fact, a change. Good USEC, dun sa una niyong sinabi. And what the Blue Ribbon itself said in our previous committee report. So, paano nga po masasabi na pinaka-competent yung tatlo? And kung nagre-refer po kayo sa isang sinabi ni Presidente, di ba ka, Mr. Chair, dapat payagan sila sabihin ito.
Yusek,
sa
you're
hearing.
quoting from what source? Is that a legal document or a legal advice? Yung binasa niyo po? Yung binasa niyo po, saan galing yan? Can you turn on the mic?
Notes given to me.
Okay. Again, these are all legal explanations, and that's why in the pecking order here, the last to speak would be the Executive Secretary to summarize all the legal twinks or flaws perceived by some members of the committee and the general public as well. So kaya huli yung ES. So iwasan nyo na po siguro magbigay ng legal conclusion. Hayaan nyo na yung mamaya, the Executive Secretary. So if there
Salamat,
are other
Mr.
questions directed to Yusek Panganiban, we
Just
can
one
proceed
last,
to
yes.
SRA.
Yes, Mr. Chair, salamat
Yes.
po because I would like to also go briefly to Attorney Tejeda at the proper time. Yes, Mr. Chair, tungkol sa kanilang testimony na yung management of SRA should approve all endorsements, including those for sugar importation. I'm really looking forward sa testimony ni Executive Secretary dahil buhol-buhol na po yung kwento, Mr. Chair eh. Dahil mahirap talaga ipaliwanag ang pagpasok ng asukal nung February 9 at ang lahat ng pagpasok ng asukal bago ang SO6. Kasi the last time I checked, may batas pa eh. Kaya nakaka-shock talaga itong pagbabago ng policy right in front of our very eyes. And I will at the proper time also pose an additional question to Mr. Ascona tungkol sa isang sinabi nila sa interview tungkol sa representation ito. Yes, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Senator Ontiveros. SRA, you're next. We're done with
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pimentel.
Yes. Sa tingin ko po,
Address to, is this address?
yes, Mr. Chairman, kay Yusek Panganiban topic
Okay.
ito. Lihitin mo naman, Mr. Chairman, yung tanong natin na factual plus sometimes his understanding of why he made some actions, why he made some decisions. So, payagan po natin siyang mag-quote ng mga legal theories niya or understanding niya of the law. Then, para nga, gusto ko nga humingi actually ng position paper tungkol dun sa binasa po niya kasi totally nagbabago eh. Ang position ba niya, ang kanya bang thinking with after 50 years of experience with the DA is yung SRA rules and SRA admin order ay guidance lamang? Yan ay pwedeng hindi sundin? Is that how he thinks, Mr. President? Mr. Chairman?
I asked Yusek Panganiban to confirm whether he's reading from his notes or from his recollections. But again, everything that he read before this committee are considered as legal conclusions, which to the mind of this representation, Yusek Panganiban is not qualified to discuss, having been trained in a different field.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Unless the good minority leader would want to ask Yusek Panganiban to present before this committee his notes, which is a different issue, I think the exposition made earlier by Yusek Panganiban would form parts of the records of these proceedings.
Maybe a position paper where he can argue his position, Mr. Chairman, a sugar order is not necessary even given the SRA, given the other laws. Yan ba gusto sabihin nila? Sila na ba ang batas ngayon? Whatever they say, masusunod? Ganun po ba yung frame of mind na dala niya? Yun lang po ang gusto kong malaman because we're in trouble kung ang mga decision makers natin sa gobyerno, ganyan po ang frame of mind. Itong hearing po natin is in aid of legislation eh.
Correct.
Gusto natin i-improve yung law pero ang frame of mind nila, the law is just a guidance. Pwede nilang i-disregard? Is that their frame of mind, Mr. Chairman?
You can answer yes or no, Yusek Panganiban. You can answer yes or no.
I don't know.
So the question of Senator Pimentel is this: yung bang batas, pwede mo raw ma-disregard, pwede kang magkaroon ng sariling interpretasyon. Ganun lang po.
Hindi masyado naintindihan pero ang ineligible wages. Well, at least at this point in time, Mr. Chair, I think I have to apologize for the statement I said in the last statement I gave you because I don't feel that I have to give you what is in my heart in as far as my personal feeling is concerned about this matter. I just obey what the President had said, and on that basis, I stand by that.
Thank you again. I reiterate, wag nang paulit-ulitin, banggitin ang
Mr. Chairman,
Pangulo.
Can I continue, Mr. Chairman? Kasi
So this is addressed to
Yusek Panganiban, factual lang po siya. I'm assuming na after 50 years in the DA, alam niya yung general principles siguro, maybe even general figures. Ang pagkaintindi ko po, the MAV, yung minimum access volume, siguro under treaty law ito, for sugar, we have a MAV for sugar under WTO convention siguro ito. May I know the quantity for the MAV for sugar?
Ilan yan? 54,000?
Ilan po? 50.
64,050 metric tons.
Okay, so tama po bang aking interpretation? So, the MAV for sugar is 64,050 metric tons. Ang sinabi niyo ba kanina, the MAV sugar importation under MAV does not need to be covered by a sugar order.
I think so.
Now, what is the correct answer?
Well, yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, so no need. Okay, so
SRI clearance siya.
ano, SRA clearance o sugar order? Ano po?
What's the question?
Okay, question.
Can you
question.
repeat the question, Senator Pimentel?
Kasi we have a minimum access volume for sugar. I-round off na lang natin 64,000 metric tons. Ang pagpasok ba nitong 64,000 metric tons hindi na kailangan ma-cover ng sugar order or sugar importation authority?
Yes, sir. It will not be covered.
Who gives the necessary documentation that an importation of sugar is under MAV?
As the head of MAP is Dr. Jocelyn A. Salvador, OIC, Executive Director, Minimum Access Volume Secretariat,
So
and the MAP Council.
yes, okay. So the paperwork justifying the import of sugar under the MAV concept is given by the MAV Council. Okay, so yun po yung inyong point. Okay, so beyond 64,000 metric tons of importation of sugar, beyond that quantity, kailangan covered na po ng sugar order from the SRA.
The best, Senator Pimentel, I think the best agency to answer that would be the SRA. SRA would be next, Senator Pimentel.
Hindi ba alam ni Yusek ano yan, Panganiban, sitting ex officio with the SRA and then having spent 50 years with the DA, Mr. Chairman, tayo nga, pangalawang hearing lang ng sugar, medyo may alam tayong konti.
To Administrator Ascuna.
Sige po, in the course of the SRA turn, nasagutin na lang po nila yung tanong ko. Sige po. Sige po, Mr. Chairman, I'm just disappointed with the performance of his personal memo.
The floor, sir.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ma'am. Yeah, so at the time that this happened, I was part of the sugar board. I was not yet administrator. And
It's a short interjection. We invited likewise Mr. Alba.
yes po.
Comsec, any word? Pero last time, during the last hearing, I heard he was in Australia for some medical reasons. So, wala.
Your Honor, in his most recent letter, which is dated May 22, 2023, he still is in Australia and will be returning to the Philippines on the first week of June next month, Your Honor.
Let that letter be part of the records of this proceeding. So go ahead,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Ascona.
So maybe, Mr. Chair, it would be possible to invite former Administrator Alba again to the next
You
hearing.
have been consistently inviting him.
Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr.
Okay, so based on our knowledge as part of the board, in January 12, we received a memorandum from Yusek Panganiban requesting us to submit an importation plan. And such plan was turned into a sugar order, and this was signed and approved February 15, and so it was published 3 days after. And then we received applicants. And then all the applicants were transmitted to the office of the USEC for approval. And then on the 24th of February, we received the allocations, and started the process of the issuance of clearances to the arriving sugar po, ma'am.
So, Acting Administrator Azcona, are you telling the committee that everything proceeded according to the law in terms of the required documents and the sequence of events according to the law?
As far as the sugar board, ma'am, is concerned, yes po, ma'am.
The chair will return to that momentarily, but I just like to return to a question, a follow-up question I have for the acting administrator. Follow-up po sa testimony kanina ni Yusek Panganiban. So in your media, one of your media interviews, sabi po ninyo that the three importers buy more than half of the country's domestic supply. Tama po ba?
I cannot recall exactly when I mentioned it, ma'am, but if it's on record, yes po.
Thank you for that, Administrator. Yes, it is on record. We have the video here. So basically, what we have here is a situation where three companies de facto control the country's supply of sugar. And then nagtataka po tayo kung ba't hindi bumababa yung presyo ng asukal. I return the floor to the chair. Mr. Chair, Acting Administrator Azcona was presenting his testimony to the committee.
I just missed the Commission on Appointments plenary. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was already replying to a question by Madam Senator po, why I said that 50% of the local production is being bought by the three traders mentioned. And I hope the chairman will allow me to explain how I came up with that figure. Okay, Mr. Chair, no, my personal knowledge is federations like CONFED, for example, are all being bought by All Asia. So, for example, First Farmers Milling, all of their sugar is being bought by one trader. Now, there are other mills like URC, for example. URC tries its best also to buy all of the sugar that they produce in their 6 mills through a bidding process. But yung First Farmers, I know walang bidding. Confed yun. Lopez Sugar, the same. Hawaiian Philippines, I think the same. So the local, that's why I came up with 50%. Because the good Senator kanina mentioned that Confed is almost 30%. So if you add the others there, it's easily 50%.
Follow-up question. Yung tanong ko nung huling hearing, ano ba yung pinakamalaking planters group? Is it Confed?
Okay. In the report of Madam Senator po, sir, it was Confed. But the argument between Confed and Unifed being the biggest is a very slim margin. There are associations that leave and rejoin federations. So the moment they leave, you lose your percentage. When they rejoin, you gain percentage. As we speak, I was trying my best to get regulations to get us a current number. Because what I know, one of the biggest they're independent now, but one of the biggest planters associations was like more than 10% of the total production ALPI left Confed. So I cannot give you an accurate figure as of the moment. I'm trying my best to do it as we speak po, sir.
Try to edify me. Once you leave, does it presuppose that you transfer to another group or you can remain as an independent?
You can remain as independent po.
Para rin pala mga politiko yan. So, walang You're trying to raise your hand, Mr. Lamata?
Mr. Chair,
Tiveros?
before Mr. Lamata, if I may just follow up on the point raised by Administrator Ascona. Earlier po, I flashed a table, I think dating to milling season 2021 to 2022, showing that additionally that the National Federation of Sugar Planters, based on the statistics of sugar production by producer, constitutes 9.3% of total planters production, and Panay Fed constitutes 4.28%. So together with Confed, in that table representing 32% of planters production, they actually came out with a statement. So that is a statement from 45.64% of the planters. Na earlier sabi ko nga, kung magkukonsulta ang DA or USEC sa lahat ng stakeholders, should also be asked as the biggest group, at least based on that table, Mr. Chair.
Sir. Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair. Usually when SRA conducts, we do conduct consultations prior to sugar orders. Everybody, ma'am, is consulted. Everybody gives us their peace of mind. And then we have to sit down and consider all of that. So you will get approximately 7 from 7 federation, 5 from federations. You get millers as well. And most of those are sort of the same, no, but the numbers will be different. So we have to come up with a consolidated suggestion po.
But Mr. Chair, Administrator, naalala po niyo yung sinabi ni Yusek Panganiban kanina na he received the memo from 2 of the planters federations, but Confed was not consulted. Aware po kayo doon, Administrator?
Mr. Chair, I think that the letter mentioned was a letter from 2 federations to the Office of the President.
To the Office
Yes,
of the President.
at the time.
But
And it was used as a basis for a decision made by USEC po. It was not a consultation po.
But just to establish na gaya ng lahat ng mga naunang sugar orders, that all stakeholders were consulted. Mr. Chair, can I just quickly ask ED Hensoli if in this matter of the latest sugar order 6, if Confed was consulted?
On the number of, Madam Senator, on the number of importers that were considered, that were decided upon?
And other issues surrounding sugar order number 6?
No, but we did submit on February 6, we submitted our position to them, to the Sugar Board, our recommendations. For example, we said that we recommend an importation of 300,000 metric tons. Eventually, they imported 440 metric tons. We also said that for the scheduled arrivals, we are suggesting no earlier than July. That's so that by the time we would have ended all milling operations. And if you see the sugar order number 6, the schedule of entry of the 440, the first batch is as soon as possible. The second, 100,000 metric tons as soon as possible. The second arrival of refined sugar, 100 metric tons to arrive before April 1. And the buffer stock of refined sugar, 240 metric tons to arrive not earlier than April 1, 2023. All of these are before our recommendation, which is July of 2023.
And eventually,
If I
did
may
you?
interject,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Senator Tiveros, the question calls for an answer whether you were consulted, and apparently your answer made mention of your recommendations.
We were
Would
not-
you consider the recommendations made as part of a consultation?
As it is welcome, it was received, yes. Yes,
In effect,
but I'm sorry.
albeit indirectly, you were consulted. Though not physically present, perhaps similar to the consultations made to the previous 2 big federations, you were not called upon, but your recommendations were received. And perhaps we can ask SRA, we can ask Yusek Panganiban whether the recommendations were considered
Yes.
in the final policy-making process.
Yes.
Mr.
Can you
Chair,
answer that? Yes.
if before Mr. Administrator Ascona, just for the record, yung consultation po, duty yun ng SRA. Yung the fact na padala ng statement ang sino mang stakeholder, that's on them. Initiative po nila iyon. But kahit hindi magpadala ng statement ang sino mang stakeholder, we expect that the administration will proactively consult. So hindi po siya interchangeable, Mr. Chair, just for the record.
SRA,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
recommendations were
No, may recommend,
appreciated
no, the
during
recommendation,
decision-making process.
yes, sir. The recommendation sent by CONFED was a result of a consultation. We wrote them, asking them for their opinion and inputs po. We write everybody. Yes po.
So that was not done just through the initiative of CONFED. There was an exchange of communication which resulted in the submission of the recommendations.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So consultation din yun.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair? Thank you, Mr. Chair. And ED Hensoli, did CONFED support the allocation to the 3 importers?
No, we questioned that.
You
Madam
questioned it.
Secretary. Yes.
And what can you also say, what can CONFED say about the total waiver of the performance bond given to the 3?
They have expressed their surprise as to the waiver of the performance bond. But the central to us really is the question of why only 3 were allowed. Because we do have members of CONFED, and I know for a fact, who have mentioned to me that they in fact submitted their application on time based on the dates that you mentioned earlier, but they never even received a call. So, that vague area is what we need clarification on in aid of legislation that maybe in the future this is not going to happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This representation shares those concerns among many others. And syempre, yung usapin ng waiver ng performance bond, in addition dun sa surprise nung isang major stakeholder, big concern sa atin sa legislature, Mr. Chair, dahil ibig sabihin revenues lost for government. And maybe lastly at this point in time kay ED Hensoli, imbitado ba ang CONFED sa Malacanang at any point?
No, ma'am.
You were not invited to
We were
any
not
meeting at the
invited.
palace. Salamat, Mr. Chair. If I may continue to ask questions of the SRA, Mr. Chair.
Pimentel is
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Senator Pimentel. Senator Pimentel, you have the floor. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have no questions as of the moment.
So, are there other questions directed to the SRA? What about my core question concerning publication? Although final, as I enunciated a while ago, final legal opinion concerning this would have to emanate from the Office of the Executive Secretary. Publication with the UP Law Center, etc., etc.
Yes, my knowledge about that, Mr. Chair, is limited as well. But by tradition po, I know after the sugar orders are signed, I feel it needs to be sent to UP for publication for 3 days po. SRA po. Yes, sir.
There is a liaison.
Yes po.
It's knowledgeable in its publication.
Yes po, sir.
Was this done?
Yes po, sir. After approval of all the board members po and review from the Secretary of the DA, sir.
Was this done relative to SO number 6?
SO number 6, sir, was sent to UP February 15 po, sir.
So we have a certification from the UP Law Complex na pala to. Dati to, UP Law Center to, ngayon complex na. That's why they're making it more complicated. the complexity even of the name is confusing. So there was a publication was made
Yes, sir.
complying with the rules.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, Senator Ontiveros?
Yes, Mr. Chair. A few more questions for SRA. Salamat kay Acting Administrator Azcona, but just point of information, Mr. Chair, hindi lang naman batay sa feeling ng administrator, pero SOP talaga na after ma-publish ang isang sugar order, pinapadala nyo talaga sa UP Law Center for archiving. Una po nating natutunan yon, Mr. Chair, nung inimbestiga natin yung previous sugar order last year. Allow me to go very briefly kay Deputy Administrator Tejeda. Nung previous sugar hearings po kasi, it was the attorney's testimony that the management of the SRA, which includes the deputy administrators, should approve all endorsements, including those for sugar importation. Kino-confirm niyo po ba ito, attorney?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, ma'am. That was for the SO3 hearing. If it was in record, Your Honor, I do confirm.
Thank you, attorney. So ngayon po, dumaan po ba ang listahan nitong tatlong importers sa management ng SRA?
The list, Your Honor, was submitted by the SRA to the Department of Agriculture as per our endorsement on February 23 to the Office of the Department of Agriculture, Your Honor.
And eventually, sino po yung pumili ng tatlo lamang na importers?
As per sugar order, Your Honor, Section 5 states that it is the Department of Agriculture which approves the allocatees to the program.
So in this case po, sinong official ang pumili nitong tatlong allocatees?
I have no personal knowledge on that, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Chair.
I
Salamat.
recognize the presence of our colleague, Congressman Sagarbarria. You can be seated here. Since you're also coming from a sugar producing province.
Thank you, sir.
Senta ko sa CA.
Pareho tayo, Mr. Chair. Mayong udto. Ay, hindi pa. Aga, buntag pa. Rep Chikiting. And then a last question at this point kay Administrator Azcona. Please help me understand, sir. Bakit nyo sinabi sa una nyong interview na, quote, Sen. Ontiveros may have confused the February 9 shipments with the MAV. Paano naman po ako mako-confuse, sir? Yung tatlong importers ng MAV ay in-identify na. Argo Bulk Marine, Leslie Corporation, saka San Fernando Eric Commercial.
You have to confirm whether you made that statement or not.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I remember right, I think I made that statement Feb 22. I think, but the statement is different from what the Senator is saying.
How was it po?
Apologize po, Ma'am Senator, but if I remember right, I was asked about that the Senator was mentioning 3 importers, and on the same day, I was reading the news, and the 3 importers for MAV were being announced. So that's why I said maybe there's a confusion between the 3 importers for MAV and the 3 importers being mentioned, mainly because I had no knowledge of another group of 3 importers po, sir, as of that time. It was February 22, and we are still on the application process po for importers sa SRA.
Salamat, Administrator. Pero magkaiba man yung tatlong importers, malinaw naman po sa inyo na siguro naiintindihan namin dito sa Senado na yung sugar importation as authorized by a sugar order ay iba po sa MAV.
Yes po, ma'am. At as of that time po, Feb 22, our sugar order po was still undergoing its application phase. So when I was asked about it, the only importation that I knew of was MAV.
And malino naman, lalo na sa SRA, iba ang proseso ng importation under a sugar order, iba ang importation through the MAV.
Mr. Chair, yes po, kasi yung MAV does not require a sugar order.
Exactly. So, alam naman siguro ng SRA na hindi mako-confuse ang isang member ng Senate na magkaiba yung dalawang iyon.
If I may po ulit, Mr. Chair, there was no mention of a sugar order when I was asked. Yung tanong lang po is, bakit tatlo yung importer? So sabi ko, baka there's a confusion between MAV. Kasi alam ko po, yung sugar order po namin is still application stage. February 24 pa po matatapos or 23. So 22 yun. I kind of recall where I was when I was asked that question. And on the same day in the newspaper po, there was a mention of 3 importers. So I said, maybe yun yung tinatanong po ng senator. I did not say po na mali or tama, but that was my knowledge as of the time. I did not know of any other 3 importers in February 22 po.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm looking forward to less confusion and more clarity moving forward.
And you were still a member
Mr.
of the
Chair.
board then?
Yes po, sir.
Those are my questions for now, Mr. Chair. For SRA.
Involved here, All Asia, Sukden, as well as the Unifed, and what's the other one?
Edison Lee.
Edison Lee. Is the Edison Lee group here, Comsec? Walang katapusan ng energy ni Senator De La Rosa doon. Na-monopolize na niya yung maraming sugar sigurong iniinom yun. Any word about the presence of Edison Lee?
Your Honor, an invitation was sent to Mr. Edward Lee, but he has not appeared today.
But I think he was present during the last hearing.
Edison Lee Marketing Corporation, Your Honor.
Any representative from Edison Lee? Comsec?
None has
Sir,
appeared.
you're directed to require Edison Lee to submit a sworn statement relative to his absence today, or the absence of the group.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lamata, Mr. Escaler, Mr. Hindi ko na mabasa, Alvarado. Yung tanong po kanina is Mr. Escaler and Mr. Alvarado. Paano po kayo napili? Yung tanong din po ni Senator Ontiveros, Sukden, hindi raw kayo qualified as per Securities and Exchange Commission. Let's start with Sukden. And then we go to Mr. Escaler. And then Mr. Lamata trace back the process made concerning the consultations. The document was showed a while ago. Start with Sukden. You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to formally submit my Sukden's affidavit. And before I do, I'd like to read the part of it.
When was this submitted?
Just today.
Today. Kaya pala.
Just today.
And the highlights of the statement show that?
Yes. I am Christian Emmanuel C. Alvarado, President and CEO of Sukden Philippines, Inc. Sukden has been in the Philippines for 57 years, and our parent company, 70 years. We are under the group Sucre at Denre. We are considered as a group to be one of the biggest in the world.
Your parent company has a different Securities and Exchange Commission registration record.
Yes. Yeah.
So the document showed a while ago by Senator Ontiveros is different from
our parent company. Our parent company is based in the U.S. So we've been doing U.S. exports, export to the U.S. for 57.
Gentlemen, you can have your lunch, as well as the ladies.
And transitioned during the time when the Philippines stopped the U.S. exports because of low production, which we transitioned into an import company because we are strategically located in different countries. We have our mother company has an office in Thailand, Singapore. So we take position globally to trade to different countries.
You're referring to your company or to the parent company?
The parent company. So we are here in the Philippines. We are supported by our parent company to be relevant to purchase local sugar from the producers and also help in addressing the crisis in production. So I have the figures in my affidavit, which I will provide.
Can you affirm before this committee the veracity of the documents shown a while ago, apparently coming from an auditing firm, which stated that you are not financially capable of doing business? Is it correct or not correct?
It is not correct, Mr.
Although
Chair.
malabo yung kanina, hindi mabasa, blurred yung footage dito. So,
Actually, that was a year, I think it was 2021. There was a program that time that required us to buy sugar to be exported to the US, very expensive local sugar to be exported to the US to be allowed to import, which resulted to a bad performance, but a bad performance for 1 year does not.
2021, that was during the time of the pandemic.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So what you're claiming right now is that you're financially in good shape.
Our parent company supports our operations here.
And to what extent would that mean? 50%, 70%, or total dependence on the parent company? Is the parent company also registered here in the Philippines?
We are 100% owned by
The parent company. So any deficit, any default would have to be answered by the parent company.
Yes, through guarantee. They always provide a parental guarantee.
So would you say that was not taken into consideration when that auditing firm made that?
It was stated, but it was stated in the report, but it was not included in the report of Rappler.
Can you submit to us, to this committee, a financial document affirming the financial health of the parent companies based in where? New York, Los Angeles?
They're based in Florida, Miami, Florida.
So can you provide us with some documents concerning the parent company?
I will request.
Thank you. So,
Mr.
yes, Senator Ontiveros?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Alvarado, if I could just ask some follow-up questions. Kaugnay din po nung pinakita kong independent audit report ng Reyes Tacondong and Company. So, is that independent audit report accurate?
Yes, we are. They are the third-party auditor. They are our third-party auditor.
They are your third-party auditor. So, accurate po ba yung independent audit report nila na iyon, which I showed earlier?
Yes, Mr. Chair. But the mentioned date was 2022, but it's actually 2021.
So, did you dispute the audit findings and did you correct the date?
Actually, our parent company is the one who appoints the third-party auditor in order for us, for them to get the objective performance of our operations here in the Philippines.
But you said that it is accurate. Even the showing that Sukden Philippines had that deficit, two figures shown hundreds of thousands of dollars and tens of thousands of dollars. You did not dispute those findings. You do not dispute those findings.
If you look at our 2022, Mr. Chair, it's already positive.
All right. Now, Mr. Chair, the SRA requires traders to report monthly the local inventory of all sugar traders. I respectfully move, Mr. Chair, that we subpoena those records because they will demonstrate that Sukden Philippines barely has stocks.
Which records are you referring to, Your Honor?
The monthly submissions of traders to the SRA on their local inventories, Mr. Chair.
Perhaps the SRA can provide this committee the records being sought by Senator Ontiveros. You have the files?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think we do, depends on the programs or the import or the programs involved po, ma'am. We do conduct po traders activity reports, no? Sometimes semi-annually or something, but I will tell the office po to provide you with all the information available po.
So the
Thank
committee
you,
secretary is directed
Administrator.
to
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
issue the necessary subpoena to the...
Yes, Your Honor.
So ordered. Go ahead.
That would be all, Mr. Chair, unless you have more questions.
Senator Ontiveros, yung pong toka nyo, yung kota nyo sa mga nakikinig sa mga kababayan natin ngayon na nanangalian, ganun karami po yun? Yung na-allocate sa inyo?
100,000 metric tons.
Delivered na?
We've sold everything
Okay na.
contractually, yeah.
So, ano sa tingin nyo ang naging epekto nito? Bumaba yung presyo ng asukal?
Yes, Mr. Chair. As a matter of fact, we've done appointed partnered with different small bakeries in front of wet markets, which I can provide, Mr. Chair, and show how we were able to bring down prices on key cities we've identified.
Can you provide this committee a copy of those documents you referred to a while ago?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
We expect that. You're one of the biggest players here. All Asia,
Counter trade.
all
All Asian counter trade po.
counter trade. The allotment given to you is how much? 100
240,000 metric tons.
delivered. Nandito na po lahat yun?
I beg your pardon, not yet.
When do we expect the complete delivery?
By July. Senator, first of all, can I make a statement? 3-minute statement?
Part of your affidavit or?
Yes. Well, no, it's
Just the highlights probably.
Am I allowed?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, Honorable Chairman of the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, Francis Tolentino, Honorable Senator Risa Hontiveros, good afternoon. Thank you for your kind invite today. I hope I may be able to bring some clarity on the sugar import program of the government. My name is Michael Escaler. I'm 72 years old. I am the 4th generation in my family to be dealing sugar, beginning with planting, sugar milling, and distribution. So I'm the 4th generation of my family to be in the sugar business. I left the country in 1972 to try to gain experience in international trading. So I was accepted by two international trading companies to train under them. And I started in New York as a statistician cum messenger boy. And after a few years in New York, I was sent to London to head their London sugar operations in Europe.
You're referring to which company?
Two companies. One is called Ackley International, which is a Jewish company based in New York. The other one is called Philip Brothers, that was recently bought by Solomon Brothers. So these are very, very big companies. So after 20 years, I came back to the Philippines in 1972. And I wondered how come the Philippines don't have an international trading company that all Filipinos can be proud of.
We have PIC.
But that's government. I'm just talking about Philippine trading company, because they're almost small companies. They talk among each other what to buy, when to buy. So one of my goals was to make sure to protect the small farmers. Because before we came in, traders, some of them alive, some of them no longer here, would discuss what price to buy. If you were a planter and they know that your warehouse will be full, they won't buy from you because they know by next week you will have no bargaining power but to sell at their price. That's what I found when I came back here. So what I did was said, I want to be a trader that will protect the small farmer. What does that mean? That means that every week I will buy from the farmers that sell to me, whether the price is going up or going down. I don't I don't speculate. If you sell to me, I will buy from you at the same price that I buy from the poorest of the farmers. So the poor farmers get the same price as the big hacenderos. That way, I'm making sure that the poor farmer get the best price as well. Today, the company that I started in 1994 with $500,000 is that company today that we call All Asian Counter Trade, a company with over 15 billion in gross revenue. We employ about 200 people today, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. I also wanted to make sure that in this company, even the poor get the chance to become the best that they can be. We have a messenger boy who is now a vice president because he was capable, he was passionate, and he had a lot of good ideas. So we promoted him, right? Just as I was promoted being a Filipino in a Jewish company, they gave me the chance to grow until they sent me to Europe to head their London operation. So I wanted to do the same here. Regardless of your background, whether you're a janitor, a messenger boy, a fresh graduate, we hope to give you the opportunity. That was our vision. I'm also proud to say that our company provides scholarships for underprivileged and deserving students in all various levels of school, from high school to college. I'm also proud to say that I'm a president of the Rotary Club of Makati, of which I'm a proud member of Secretary Fred Pascual's club. And as a president of the Rotary Club, we focus on food nutrition from 0 to 5 years old because that's when the brain of a child is being formed. If the brain is not fed from 0 to 5, they will be, they will grow, they will be very handicapped moving on, right? So I focused on that. I'm also a proud member of the PGH Medical Foundation for,
Mr. Chairman, point of order, Mr. Chairman.
yeah,
Pimentel is recognized.
Yes, the introductory testimony of Mr. Escaler is found in his affidavit anyway, Mr. Chairman. Can we go to the meat of the controversy, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Are you done, Mr. Escaler?
yeah.
Are you willing now to receive the questions?
Senator Chairman, I am done. I just want to show that it's not all about trading and it's not all about money. Okay, so now I will go to the importation.
Understand corporate social responsibility.
I take it
Buzzword
seriously.
now is ESG. Alam natin lahat yan. So, ang tanong ngayon na sa mga nanananghaliang mga tahanan, bakit kwalipikado yung All Asia?
Okay.
Ano yung naitulong ng All Asia? At may
Okay.
track record na po ba kayo?
Okay, well,
Marami po ditong mga tiga Negros. Ito si Congressman Chikiting, matagal na to doon sa sugar producing province niya.
Yeah.
So, ganun kahaba na ho yung track record ninyo?
Okay, well, we started in 1994 and today we buy about 4 to 5 million bags of sugar in the domestic market. And with the new imports, we are holding a total of about 8 million bags of sugar. The good Senator Risa Hontiveros said we had a problem with Nestle. We did not have a problem with Nestle, but Nestle had a problem with us because we sent them an offer which they never signed. And when the market went up, they said that we did not fulfill our obligation. But we sent them a contract which they never signed. But when the market went up, they said, you owe us. In any case, they brought it to court, but the lawyer said, there's nothing here. There was never any contract. In the meantime, yesterday, they bought from us 100,000 metric tons at 62 pesos per bag. 62 to 65 pesos per bag. Per kilo. So, when we were asked by the government to import 240,000 metric tons, they asked us not to raise the price of sugar.
Well, excuse me, when you refer to nomenclature government, does it mean Yusek Panganiban? Are
Well,
you
it
now
was- it
referring
came-
to SRA?
No, it came from,
Referring to your co-member of the Rotary Club
No.
of Makati? Alin po yun?
yeah, Mr. Chairman, it was instructions given to us by the executive secretary. Okay? And so, we were asked not to raise the price of sugar above 85 pesos per kilo. So today, we are selling to Nestle at 62 pesos per kilo, 100,000 bags. And we just sold to Coke 1.5 million at the same price. So we have never sold, the limit was 85, but we've been selling at 75, 73, and to the big players, we've been selling at 68 pesos per bag. So again, thank you for saying it. We are very socially minded in what we do. Our imports, Mr. Chairman, allow us.
Mr. Chair, if I may, before Mr. Escaler continues, just a quick point on one of the points he just mentioned. Anyway, later, the chair will allow us to also pose questions sa mga industrials. Kasama po yung, hopefully kasama yung Nestle or at least yung association which includes them or represents them. Siyempre, kung nasa sitwasyon yung mga industrials na kumukonti na ang supply, hindi pinapayagan mag-direct import, medyo mapipilitan sila, lalo na kung i-direct sa ilang or tatlong favored importers lang, na dun lang sila pwedeng bumili. Just for the record, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so going back to the sugar importation, the current program, we were allotted 240,000 metric tons. And we have paid so far about 800 million in taxes. And because we have paid 800 million pesos in taxes, we cannot call that smuggling. Because we pay taxes. You call only smugglers those who don't pay tax.
BIR, can you confirm that? Bayad yung buwis?
Yeah, for their importation, Your Honor, we confirm that duties and taxes were paid.
Or paid?
Yes, Your Honor.
What about the previous importation? Yun na una. Nawala si Asek Layog eh. Bayad din yun?
Your Honor, as long as they are declared as sugar and there are necessary permits, duties and taxes are automatically deducted from their
The same
account which are enrolled in the
refers
bureau.
to Sokden?
The same refers to Sokden, Your
What
Honor.
about Edison Lee ba? Eddie Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bayad lahat yun.
Bayad po
Can
lang.
you summarize total amount paid with the three companies?
Can I get
Figure, rough, ballpark figure.
around 1.4 billion pesos, Mr. Chairman?
duly paid.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So,
Mr. Chair, just to follow up on the point, one of the latest points made by Mr. Escaler. So sabi po ninyo, you have paid, where is my note? 800 million in taxes. What about the performance bond that was waived for All Asian
yeah,
and the two other
Madam
importers,
Senator
Mr. Chair?
Antiveros, on this particular import program, because it was so big, it is not practical for us to open a performance bond. It's also the reason why we did not bring in all the sugar at the same time, because our credit lines would not allow it. Right? And the what is happening actually now is that the import prices are being sold because all the domestic prices now are very high. And it's very high because there's a shortage. And we, All Asian Counter Trade, are the biggest buyers of that high price domestic price. We're the highest buyers. Even though as we import, we still buy them because, as I said, once we commit to you, we will buy to you whatever price. So we buy at the highest price and we were allowed to import below the market. And our price to the industrial users are somewhere at a big discount to the domestic price, but at a premium to the imported price.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Actually, Mr. Escaler just anticipated one of my follow-up questions nung sinabi nila that they buy 4 to 5 million bags of sugar domestically. Kasi tatanungin ko po talaga, is it true that you are also a large domestic buyer? Kasi sabi po ng mga report sa akin, kayo yung malaki, kung hindi man pinakamalaking purchaser of domestic sugar.
That's correct.
So tama po yun.
Yes, ma'am.
And this relates to an answer given earlier by Administrator Azcona that he confirmed na sa isang media interview nila that the three importers led by All Asian buy more than half of the country's domestic supply. So again, Mr. Chair, basically we have this situation na yung tatlong kumpanya led by All Asian control the country's supply of sugar. Kaya bakit tayo nagugulat na hindi bumababa yung presyo ng asukal?
Yeah,
Mr.
thank you, Senator Risa, for that comment. I will say that All Asian Counter Trade, we bought 5 to 6 million bags. That's only about 12% of the domestic market. The biggest buyers of sugar in the Philippines are the biggest mill owners, not the traders. Right? The mill owners are the biggest buyers. We buy 5 to 6 million bags. That's only 12%. You cannot control that. You cannot call that cartel.
Mr. Chair, pero kanina, Mr. Escaler, sinabi po ninyo that you are the biggest. And thank you
Biggest
for bringing
trader.
up the word cartel kasi
Yeah.
yun yung gusto ko talagang imbestigahan.
I know
Cartel
that.
and monopoly,
I know that,
Mr.
Senator.
Chair.
That's why I'm smiling because
Yung
I am
cartel
the
dun sa kabilang room pinag-uusapan eh.
I'm the biggest trader, but I am not the biggest buyer. The biggest buyers are the mills because they need to buy the cane to keep operating their mills. And that is also why sugar prices in the domestic market is very high because the mills are fighting for the cane. That's why my friend here on my right is a very happy man.
Explain that, Mr. Lamata. Do you confirm that?
Very happy.
What do you mean very happy?
We are very happy that the prices are high.
Even though it's off-milling season.
Wala na. Pag tapos na season, sir, wala na kaming asukal.
So you're no longer happy.
Wala na. We're sad na naman.
Any other points to raise?
That's all, Honorable Chairman. We just try to balance the high price that we buy and the low price that we import, and we sell it in between to, as I just told you, yesterday we sold to Nestle, and we sold 1.2 million bags to Coke at a very discounted price to where we buy the domestic.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, actually sinabi ni Mr. Escaler sa komite natin, natumbok talaga nila yung problema. Dahil konti lang yung importers, so dito sa SO na to, tatlo sila, dahil konti sila, malaki tuloy yung kailangang performance bond. The tail wags the dog, Mr. Chair, it seems to me. Regulation was damaged to accommodate them. For the record, Mr. Chair, because otherwise a performance bond guarantees compliance with obligations, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you again, Senator Hontiveros. But in this case, the volume of sugar that was recommended to buy to try to make up the gap is so much. I think the total importation of all Asia, if I am not mistaken, is about 12 billion pesos. And if we had to put up a performance bond for that, it just wouldn't work because our credit lines would dry up.
Acknowledge the arrival of our Senate President. Saan ang upuan niyo, sir? So, as you were saying, Mr. Escaler?
I'm saying hello to Senator Subiri because we also buy sugar from them.
It's not inculpate.
I don't do sugar anymore.
Okay.
We are pineapple now.
Okay.
The complaint of the sugar industry is we all moved to pineapple. I think, but you're buying, I think, from Busco and from Cristal.
Yes.
Yeah. That's not ours. For the record, baka people will say that it's our sugar mills.
Just answer the question of Senator Ontiveros.
Can you repeat that again?
Performance bond.
Yeah, so the performance bond, man.
Yes.
If we were asked to put up a performance bond, it wouldn't work because we wouldn't have enough money to buy what we're supposed to buy.
Then the problem wouldn't have arisen, I think, Mr. Chair, kung hindi nga nilimita lang sa tatlong importer para hindi napakalalaki ng performance bond. And in any case, kung tatlo lang ang pinili, so mataas ang value ng performance bond, if it had been done regularly, hindi yun kasalanan ng gobyerno. And so that's my point, Mr. Chair. The initial aberration was limiting the importers na yung allocatees, limiting the allocatees to 3 alone for the first time in the history of sugar orders. Mr. Chair, I think the minority leader wants to raise a point.
That is recognized if he's trying to raise his hand. Parang wala.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Apo. I hope the NEDA Director General is still there and listening, no, as the economist in the room.
He's still here.
Yes,
Still here, as well as Secretary Pascual.
Pakiguide
Been patiently listening.
And pakiguide na lang po yung committee with what we heard kasi we are supposed to be allowing imports so that the price of sugar will go down naturally from the competition in the market. But from the testimony of Mr. Escaler, he supports the high prices by buying from the domestic producers at high prices. So there's something wrong. I mean, I'm not an economist, but something tells me that something is wrong with that kind of system. And I will seek guidance from our economist, the NEDA Director General, maybe not today, but maybe in a position paper or an analysis, Mr. Chairman. If such a system will work, that we will allow, okay, mataas ang presyo ng asukal, pa-import tayo para lumaban sa presyo ng domestic. Pero yung nag-i-import, sinusuportahan niya yung high domestic prices by buying at that price. So I'm really completely at a loss, Mr. Chairman, what system we are trying to implement. Ano ba ito? Uniquely Philippine style system, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Lamata, a while ago, you said that planters are happy.
Oh, yes, Mr. Chair. We are very happy po that the millgate, farmers kami, millgate prices are being bought by these big traders at a reasonable price.
At a
Opo,
reasonable price would mean
60 to 64 pesos per kilo po. Now, ang sinasabi ni Senator Pimentel, why are they buying that the high? Para sa kanila, high na yan ang mill gate price namin. Ang problema po is the one on top. It's the retail. Doon sumipa because of the supply. There was less supply. So the imports answered that very high retail price. Hindi kami sa ilalim. We are safe sa ilalim. At 60-64, we're making very good. Very happy with that. Ang problema is the 100, 110 na retail. That is being triggered by low supply, which was being addressed by the President in bringing in the 440,000 metric tons.
Do you confirm that, Mr. Pama? You represent another group. Ano po yan? Medyo...
Yes, Mr. Chair, we agree that
ano po yung grupo niyo, sir?
NFSP, National Federation of Sugarcane Planters.
Okay, so you confirm the statement of Mr. Lamata here?
Yeah, we're happy. The price right now is 60 to 64. That's about 3,000 to 3,003 per 50 50 LKG. No? But Mr. Chair, our position is really we are supporting the importation. We are for this sugar import program, but we are hoping that it should be carefully be calibrated in terms of timing and volume, so as not to affect the milk price and then the consumers. And it should also be open to all qualified traders and producers group through a process of fairness, transparency, and equitable distribution of this allocation, not just to the three importers.
I think Yusek Panganiban heard you. He won't change his mind again.
We hope and pray.
Thank you. We go to the specific seizure made by the team of ASEC Layog. Yung nangyari sa Batangas. Unless you have a follow-up question or the Senate President.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just last follow-up questions or points regarding the testimony of Mr. Escaler. Sabi po nila, he is the biggest buyer, but for the record, Mr. Chair, sila rin po, All Asian din, ang biggest seller to the supermarkets and to the industrials. He's free to dispute that later, Mr. Chair, but I wanted to make that of record. Also, sabi po nila, having paid this volume or amount of in taxes to government, All Asian cannot be considered a smuggler. But, Mr. Chair, smuggling is not just non-payment of taxes. Ang smuggling din po, and maybe BOC will comment on this later, so ang smuggling din po includes importation without a permit or without the regulatory clearance and in timely fashion, Mr. Chair. And lastly, Mr. Chair, as a question to Mr. Escaler, would Mr. Escaler be willing to present the complete information on all of his transactions with the industrials para hindi lang selective sa Coke or sa Nestle or sa ilan, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Madam Chair, to just address a few points that you mentioned, with regards smuggling, I think if we have ever, like I said, I've been in the sugar business for 50 years and I have never ever been accused of smuggling or any illegal or unethical matter, right? For 50 years. If you can ask customs if I was smuggling, then they should not have accepted my payment of taxes. In the Asian region, there is an agreement between countries that allow the free movement of sugar. The way we protect our sugar industry is through the SRA. And when we imported, we were kept there because there were changes in the SRA. And so we had to pay huge demurrages of about 20 to 110 million pesos in demurrages. Why? Because the SRA at that time was not organized and they were changing. Dave Alba was being changed. And this was really irritating to the government. because they wanted the sugar immediately. So it was held and we paid 110 million in demurrage. Now, what was your other question, ma'am?
The points I made were about importation without permit, also
Okay.
constituting smuggling.
Okay.
And then All Asian being the biggest seller to the supermarkets and industrials.
Yeah.
And most importantly, Mr. Chair, Mr. Escaler, kung willing po ang All Asian i-present yung complete information sa lahat ng transactions nito sa mga industrials.
Okay, thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Senator Hontiveros. Regarding providing information about all our transactions, I believe that's proprietary. Perhaps in a smaller group, we can show it to you, but no records can come out of it because it is proprietary and our competitors would really pay a lot of money to see that. So it will diminish our business if we show that. It's proprietary, ma'am. But in a private setting, I'm happy to show it to you.
Or perhaps, Mr. Chair, in an executive session.
In an executive session. Now, what was your other question?
Not a question, Mr. Chair, just the point that bagamat sinabi ni Mr. Escaler na sila yung biggest buyer, but he is, All Asian is also biggest seller sa mga supermarkets at saka sa mga industrials, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Again, dear Senator, I will say we don't actually sell to supermarkets. Okay? We sell to industrial users and we sell to the palenqueros because the president said, please sell to the palenqueros, and that's what we sell to. I think there's also that question of why only 3 of us, right? In my opinion, I really don't know the answer to that question, but I would say, if I were to hazard a guess, it's because if there are only 3, the government can check who is selling at the right price. The second reason for that.
We recognize the arrival of Senator Robin Hood Padilla. But that's your own opinion.
Okay,
the answer would have to come from the policymakers.
Okay.
Not from the beneficiary of the policy itself. So I think you've answered the question of Senator Ontiveros. Unless Senator, the Honorable Senate President has something to add. I think you have another meeting to attend.
Yeah, my apologies. I came in late. We had the Commission on Appointments hearings as a presiding officer. I could not leave. But I would just like to greet our Executive Secretary for being with us here today. As a co-equal branch, we give due respect to the Executive Department. And he is the ika nga, little president, and he's the head of the Executive Department next to the President. Of course, we have with us Secretary of NEDA, he's with us, and the Secretary of the DTI is here with us as well. To all the undersecretaries of the Department of Agriculture, magandang umaga or katanghali po sa inyo lahat. To my Kasimanwas from Negros, my sugar group that's here, the sugar block, you know that I was born into the sugar industry. Many of you know that I come from Negros, or our farms were in Mamaylan, and we grew up from Kabangkalan. But we moved to Bukidnon precisely to set up the sugar mill, Busco, when it was still owned by then Ambassador Nieto. And it eventually was sequestered and sold to other entities. But my point being is I'm here to support the industry. I'm here to support the farmers, both big and small, because 90% of the farmers in the sugar industry are agrarian reform beneficiaries. And sila po ang kawawa pag nagkaroon ng fluctuation sa pricing. So I'm happy that they're happy now. Everyone is happy, seems to be happy. And the reason why I believe the President had a meeting in Malacanang, and my apologies, yes, I couldn't make it. I also had the Commission Appointments hearing that morning to promote your PSG head, si Zagala, General Zagala. So I could not leave the Senate. But they're happy now with the pricing, but really to be able to continue, and in Malacanang, the topic there, Mr. Chairman, was how to sustain the sugar industry because really there's a loss of land planted to sugar. Alam nila po yan. In particularly in Negros, let me just put for the record that Negros, it's very difficult for them to transfer crops. That's why Negros will always be the sugar basket of the Philippines. But in other places like Bukidnon, North Cotabato, and other areas where they have sugar mills, it's very easy for the farmers to transfer to other crops like pineapples, bananas, and all. Because at the end of the day, if it's not a viable business, if agriculture is not a viable business, they will shift. They will always just lease their land out, or they will sell it, or they will shift into another crop. Kaya ako yung natutuwa at nagagalak na tumaas ng konti yung presyo ng asukal on the farm gate level so that they will be inspired to continue planting. I'll give you an example. I just came from Calatagan because I have a farm in Calatagan, Batangas. My farmer friends there already want to just give up on sugarcane because they cannot mill because Azucarero de San Pedro is closed. And for them to bring it to, they're lining up in the URC plant in Balayan, but there's such a small capacity and there's so many of them, then they cannot take it to Tarlac, it's too far. So unless we address these issues, you will have a problem really in sugar production in the Philippines, and we will always be importing. There will always be importing. That's the fact of life. So my point is trying to strike a balance both for the farmers, the producers, the millers, and of course the markets for the people, because we also don't want to balloon the price. Kaya wala talaga magagawa si Presidente. He has to import. No matter what we say, we try to keep the prices high, but with the actuality is he has to import. If not, it will balloon to almost 150 pesos per kilo na refined. So it's just how to import. It has to be as transparent as possible. I've been in public service for 25 years, and I've seen in many occasions the gray areas where nagkakagulo and nagkaka-controversy pag walang transparency. So let's just have transparency. There should be a system that will be put in place. There's a new administrator. He's a good man. I know him since I was a teenager, si Paul Ascona. He's a good man. Come up with a system para wala nang problema. Diba? Just come up with a system, and I'm sure if it is a transparent system, we wouldn't have these hearings anymore in the future. And everybody happy. The farmers continue to be happy. Tito Manolet will be happy. Mr. Eddie Pama will be happy. Of course, All Asia is also a farmer. Mr. Escaler is also a farmer, so he'll be happy. And I think that's what we need, transparency in the next few years in the transactions of sugar. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman. I'm just happy that we're discussing this in a very friendly and peaceful manner. And I think the sugar industry now, I think as compared to last year, there were a lot of hotheads. I think now, because of the pricing, where they are very happy with the pricing in the farm gate level, I think there will be peace in Sugarland. But I think what is important is, let's take advantage of this pricing also to increase our yields. Because coming from Negros, kabalugid ko yan, kung may kwarta, taga-pala, taga-pico ng kwarta, they forget about the development of the farms, and they just so whatever it may be, if the prices are low, they have production. If you have production, you will survive. So, yun lamang po, and I'm praying to God na wala pong El Nino. So far, umuulan naman sa Negros and in Mindanao and Bukidnon. So, that is it. We just hope and pray that this year will be a better crop for all of us. But due to the increasing population, expect that there will be a shortage. So we really have to focus on production and eventually, again, importation. As long as it's transparent, I think we'll have no problems in the future. So yun lamang po, Chairman. Thank you for all the resource persons for coming. Mabuhay po industriya ng kalamay and asukal, and I hope that it survives all these adversities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's the first clapping I experienced in a Blue Ribbon Committee hearing. Before we have the Executive Secretary, I think just for the specific item as part of this proceeding, the incident in Batangas, Seclayog, yung pumasok, anong date, paano nakalabas, although we have the contents of your sworn statement. Saan po nanggaling ito? And yung date? At sino po yung nag-import?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po. Good afternoon to all the respectable members of the Blue Ribbon Committee. Last February 13, sir, I received a report that there are three vessels at the Port of Batangas carrying, yung nga, ang report is around 260 containers all in all na 20 footer. Ang ano niya, ang reported declaration is it's carrying sugar, refined sugar, sir, ang laman niya. So since it's a report, I have to validate. So immediately I made a request for alert and investigation addressed to the Commissioner of Customs, and also I believe it is through the Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence Group, the request that I made, sir. So from there, we waited for a reply from the Bureau of Customs regarding the said shipment, sir. So the status of those said shipment are with the Bureau of Customs right now, sir.
Bureau of Customs, can you confirm that? Ano na yung status ngayon? Nakuash? WSD?
Yes, Mr. Chair, na-quash na po yung warrant of seizure and detention. A ruling was issued by the Commissioner of Customs already, affirming the decision of the District Collector of the...
And this involves importation. Sino yung consignee?
Ang consignee po si All Asian Counter Trade, and this involves the 270 containers that arrived on February 10 and 13, 2023.
So because of that directive from the Bureau of Customs released?
Yes,
When was this?
April 5 po yung decision affirming the order, and on separate dates on April na-release na po yung yung mga shipment na to.
And that was what precipitated the payment of 800 million.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Do you confirm that, Mr. Scaler?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and we paid 100 million in demurrage.
100.
800 in tax, but since it was detained, we paid 100 million in demurrages.
Has there been a precedent concerning this before? WSD, Kwasha, etc. Nangyari na ba to?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there had been importations before where permits were belatedly issued, and these were all subjected to warrants of seizure and detention, and upon presentation of clearances coming from the regulatory agencies, items were...
So it's regular. There is regularity in the actions of the Bureau of Customs, as well as the clearance came from where? SRA?
The Sugar Regulatory Administration, Mr. Chair.
So no abnormality in terms of what transpired last February 13.
Well, insofar as this case is concerned, Your Honor, it is all within regulations, and we follow the proper procedure.
And of course, the Bureau of Customs would not have to deal with the underlying facts that we have discussed a while ago.
Yes, Your Honor. Our only concern is that these shipments are covered by the necessary permits coming from the regulatory agencies.
And the clearance.
Before they were released.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Tabaros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could ask follow-up questions of the Assistant Commissioner. So, tama po ba ako na yung import clearances, lalo na sa mga regulated commodities tulad ng asukal, indicate their source of authority? Halimbawa, in the case of sugar, an import clearance would state that it is pursuant to specific sugar order. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And nung hearing para dun sa quashal ng WSD, an import clearance was presented for the Feb 9 shipment. Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator.
And that import clearance was used as the basis para sa quashal. Tama?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Kasi ang BOC, hindi na tumitingin kayo dun sa regulatory processes na nasa likod ng issuance ng import clearance.
Tama po, Mr.
Because the Bureau takes the import clearance at face value.
Tama po yan.
Alright, Assistant Commissioner. Pero siguro naisip din naman ng Bureau na tanungin, dahil di naman kayo mga bagito sa trabaho ninyo, ang Bureau hindi naman bagito sa trabaho niya, kung bakit may Feb 9 shipment, Feb 9, yung mismong basis ng import clearance na Sugar Order number 6, Feb 15 ang issuance. 6 days after, almost a week after.
Opo, kaya po kami nag-issue, Mr. Chair, ng warrant of seizure and detention precisely because nung dumating po itong mga shipments na to, wala pong maipresentang permit at that time ang importer.
And the Bureau was an agency acting in faithfulness to its mandate.
Opo.
And maalala po ni Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Chair, tinanong ko po ito sa agricultural smuggling hearing, but it bears repeating. Noon pong tinanong ko kung irregular ba na may pumasok na asukal na mas maaga sa sugar order, ang sagot ay hindi ito madalas mangyari. Hindi madalas mangyari. So tama nga po, irregular, unusual, kataka-taka. Dapat talaga imbestigahan. Salamat, Assistant Commissioner. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you po. Thank you. Senator Robin Padilla, do you have a follow-up question? Your Honor.
Magandang hapon po, Ginoong Tagapangulo. Ang akin pong hinahangaan na Senador. Congratulations po sa inyong doctorate. At sa atin pong hinahangaan na Senadora na napakatapang at napakamahinahon, Senator Risa Ontiveros. Ako po ay hindi ko naman po naumpisahan yung hearing kaya hindi na po ako magbababanat pa. Ang gusto ko lamang pong maintindihan nating lahat, ang atin pong inang bayang Pilipinas noong 1950s hanggang 1960s, 20% po ng ating export ay galing sa sugar industry. At noong 1970s hanggang sa mga taon ng 1980s, nag-umpisa na po itong bumagsak. Ito po ay henerasyon nating lahat. Kaya nakalulungkot pong isipin na sa henerasyon natin nangyari ito. Kaya gusto ko lamang pong kunin ang atensyon ng lahat na wag naman po sana na matapos itong henerasyon natin na hindi man lang natin to maiangat at mabago po natin dahil napakahirap po na sa henerasyon natin, matandaan tayo ng mga susunod na henerasyon, na sa henerasyon natin ito, lumagpak at hindi natin nagawa ng paraan na maiangat. Lalo na po na tayo pong lahat ngayon ay nasa gobyerno. Yun lamang po, maraming salamat po, mahal na Pangulo.
Thank you, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. As promised a while ago, in the sequence of
Mr. Chair?
yes,
I'm sorry, if I just have a few more questions for the Bureau of Customs.
specifically,
Okay, Assistant Commissioner Maronilla, Mr. Chair.
yes, please proceed.
Salamat po.
And you can have your lunch. May lunch box na dyan. Pasensya na kayo na lunch box na lang. Nakuha na ni Senator De La Rosa yung marami.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. So, Assistant Commissioner, let me read quickly again the following provision of law, yung Section 117 ng CMTA, which provides that goods which are subject to regulation shall be imported or exported only after securing the necessary goods declaration or export declaration, clearances, licenses, and any other requirements prior to importation or exportation. So, sir, malinaw po sa batas na ang mga regulated goods, at isa nga po dito yung asukal, ay kinakailangan na may permit o license bago ito ma-import. So ang asukal po ba regulated good nga?
Opo, regulated goods po siya.
Okay po. And sinasabi po sir ng CMTA na mayroong mga exception sa provision na nagsasabi na clearances, licenses, etc. ay kailangang ma-obtain prior to importation ay only in cases provided for by governing laws. So naunawaan ko may mga kaso na yung ilang importers ay allowed dun sa super green lane. At mapapayagan na mag-submit ng dokumento nila pagkatapos dumating ng goods nila. At naunawaan ko, yung All Asian ay super green lane importer. So kailangan ko pong tanungin, pag ba super green lane ang importer, pero ang ini-import ay regulated commodity, ano po yung treatment? Yung permits po ba ay i-require pa rin bago ng importation?
Kapag ganun po yung instance, ma'am, no, hindi po niya pwedeng i-avail yung pagiging super green lane niya. He is relegated to a regular importer. Malinaw po dun sa regulation namin sa super green lane na kapag regulated po yung items, kinakailangan pong mag-present ng permit. In this instance, ma'am, no, meron po kaming agreement with the Sugar Regulatory Administration that permits for importation of sugar must be presented prior to its release from the ports po.
Sa makatuwid po, kailangan pa rin ng All Asian, bagamat sila ay super green lane importer pa, na magsumite ng permit before importation dahil yung commodity ay asukal. Tama po.
Sa instance po nito, ma'am, papasok po sila dun sa exemption. Prior to release po kasi yung naging agreement namin with the SRA, and that's now the governing regulations na pumapasok po dun sa exemption clause nung section po na nabanggit.
Salamat po. And driving home this point is Customs Administrative Order number 2-2017 na nagsisilbing IRRs ng Bureau of Customs ng Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016. Ayon dun sa Section 4.1.1, may tuturing na large-scale agricultural smuggling ang pag-import ng asukal na walang permit mula sa SRA bago ang importation. And I read, large-scale agricultural smuggling is committed through any of the following acts: importing or bringing into the Philippines without the required import permit from regulatory agencies such as the Sugar Regulatory Administration, the Bureau of Plant Industry, the Bureau of Animal Industry, BIFAR, NFA, or any other agencies having jurisdiction over the agricultural product. So, hindi po ba malinaw pa sa sinag ng araw ang batas at ang CAO na kailangan ng import permit mula sa SRA bago mag-import ng asukat?
Yung internal po na usapan na yan kung whether mag-i-issue yung SRA ng import permit prior to the importation of the sugar. Internal po sa SRA yun, ma'am. Basta sa Bureau of Customs po, ang agreement po namin with the SRA is that the importer should be able to present the import permit prior to the release po. So maaari pong dumating dito yung asukal, pero hindi po namin i-release at ipoproseso hanggat hindi po sila nakakapag-presenta ng dokumento. Ngayon, kung hindi po sila makapag-presenta ng dokumento, bago matapos yung 30-day reglementary period na kailangan namin tapusin yung WSD namin, i-seize po namin yon. Kaya lang po sa instance na to, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, nakapag-presenta po sila within that particular period. At yun po ay verify namin with the Sugar Regulatory Administration at si Deputy Commissioner Tejida naman po ang nag-reply at kinonfirm po niya yung mga permits na yun.
And just last 3 questions sa BOC, Mr. Chair. Sa konteksto ng asukal, ano yung import permit? Yung import clearance ba permit yon?
Yun po yung sa part po ng customs, yun po yung ni-recognize namin na import permit po, yung import clearance po.
So, kung may shipment na pumasok sa ports natin, wala pang import clearance, prima facie evidence ng smuggling, tama?
Yes po. Kaya po nag-i-issue kami ng warrant of seizure and detention.
At yan po ay pursuant sa Section 5 ng Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act na nagsistate na mere possession of a regulated commodity like sugar without the necessary import permits is prima facie evidence of smuggling. At gaya ng sinabi nyo, Assistant Commissioner, nag-issue po kayo ng warrant of seizure and detention. Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair, Madam.
Kagaya nga po ng WSD na inyong in-issue sa Feb 9 shipment ng All Asian.
Tama po.
Okay. Maraming salamat, Assistant Commissioner. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. Following the the order I mentioned a while ago, the last to be questioned is the executive secretary. A few hours ago, you mentioned the words, three words, quote unquote, at that moment. Perhaps you can educate this committee by walking us through in terms of the legal complexities. When would be a sugar order required? When should a publication be made? Are there other rules, regulations negating the Tanyada case? Are there new regulations in place, not just for the sugar industry, for the sugar importation, but other products as well? I mentioned a while ago, agricultural products to be precise, that would entail the intervention of the Congress in amending existing laws. The Anti-Smuggling Act, for instance, the CMT, for instance, as well as other provisions of the revised penal code. The Congress now is contemplating on having an anti-smuggling, anti-agricultural smuggling court. A bill was filed yesterday in the lower house. In the Senate, we're past the committee hearing. Mr. Executive Secretary, can you brief us, educate us here, because your name was mentioned several times by several of the resource persons here. What is the meaning of that, of those words at that moment when you were asked by Senator Antiveros when a permit or a clearance is needed? Can a clearance be equated with a permit or a sugar order? Is there a necessity to implicate national emergency in situations involving a crisis? Mr. Executive Secretary, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the honorable members of this committee. May I give context first to my statement? We in the Office of the President appear today to give an insight into the importation of sugar under Sugar Order number 6. We confirm that the importation was legitimate and fully authorized by the government. The importation was not an effort at cartelization, nor was it about government smuggling of sugar. The importation was undertaken as a sincere move to check the rising inflation and food prices that were prejudicing the public in the months leading to January 2023. The administration thereby made sure that the importation would establish a buffer stock of sugar as a measure to regulate price increases. In a large way, that objective was realized. May I just also remind about the history of the SRA? This regulatory administration was created by Executive Order number 18, signed by then President Cory Aquino on May 28, 1986. The objective was to regulate the market of sugar and to require that the market should be a free market. We were at that time a net exporter of sugar. The creation of the Sugar Regulatory Commission under this executive order had nothing to do with regulation of importation. The first time that importation came into the cognizance of the Sugar Regulatory Commission was on August 16, 2002, when a joint memorandum order now designated as number 4-2002, was issued by the Sugar Regulatory Administrator. That particular joint memorandum order expressly stated that no imported sugar shall be released to the importer consignee without an SRA clearance. Imported sugar not covered by SRA clearance shall be turned over to the SRA upon compliance by the importer consignee with customs rules and regulations, including the payment of taxes, duties, and other charges. SRA shall identify the market classification of said sugar and cause its disposition in accordance with such classification pursuant to its rules and regulations. And so, up to this time, this joint circular is in effect. Our opinion is that a sugar order is not required to be issued prior to an importation. There are actually several ways of importing sugar. One of them is this sugar order. The other is the minimum access volume. Then there is also a relevant provision in the Price Act. And the residual is when the president exercises his powers as the chief executive, when there is an urgent need for such exercise. Now, your query a while ago is whether the sugar order was indispensable to the authorization of an importation. A prior issuance of a sugar order is not necessary for starting the process of importation of sugar. As the representative of the Bureau of Customs and of the SRA have told us a while ago, we need only to have the importer obtain the clearances from the SRA in order to see to the release of the importation. Now, that clearance cannot be issued without the sugar order being issued first, because the sugar order will then become the basis for the application for clearances. Now, if you will look at Section 117 of Republic Act number 108-63, the Act Modernizing the Customs and Tariff Administration, the second sentence of this even recognizes that by saying, this was read by the Honorable Senator Ontiveros a while ago, in case of importation, submission of requirements after arrival of the goods, but prior to release from customs custody shall be allowed, but only in cases provided for by governing laws or regulations. End of quote. So, to us in the Office of the President, we have committed no irregularity, no violation when we issued that sugar order. Neither was there any violation committed by any of the parties who were involved in these question transactions. May I request this Honorable Blue Ribbon Committee to look at the rules again and probably adopt amendments if you needed so to make clearer this policy. But right now, as we read it, the Department of Agriculture, the SRA, and the Bureau of Customs all acted in accordance with law. That's as far as my statement goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Secretary. I will defer to Senator Ontiveros for her line of question.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair, at magandang hapon po, ES Bersamin. Salamat for coming here and making yourself available before the Blue Ribbon. Meron lang po akong iilang tanong. Gusto ko pong tanungin isa-isa itong mga naging desisyon ni Yusek Panganiban at ng SRA. Kung ito ba, bawat isa ay may basbas ng Malacanang. So please allow me to go through each one by one. Una po, the choice of 3 importers at yung desisyon na i-ignore lahat pa ng aplikante sa ilalim ng SO6. Was this an order of the President to Yusek Panganiban?
Yes, you can answer yes or no, or you can refrain from answering.
There was guidance from the President, Madam Senator, but I confirm that I was the one who instructed Undersecretary Panganiban to proceed with the processing of the sugar order and to attend to this issue of importation.
Salamat, ES. What about the decision, pangalawa, to forego 7.2 billion pesos worth of performance bonds? Si Presidente ba ang nagtulak nito? This would have guaranteed, the performance bond would have guaranteed the traders' compliance to existing rules and regulations concerning the importation of refined sugar.
I have no direct knowledge about this, ma'am, but I'm sure that if any decision like this was taken, it was taken in accordance with standing rules or guidelines.
And salamat, ES. And before, Mr. Chair, I go to my last specific question, follow up lang dun sa sagot ni ES sa unang tanong ko po. Sino po yung pumili nung 3 importers?
According to Undersecretary Panganiban, he was the one who chose the 3 based on the listing that he was provided by the SRA. The background of the 3 and others were considered by him.
And based, sir, on the guidance of the President?
Not necessarily, ma'am. At that point, I was the one giving instructions to Undersecretary Panganiban.
Salamat, yes. And the last specific question, what about the decision to instruct then SRA Administrator Alba na yung intercepted sugar na dumating before the effectivity of SO6 be released and not be considered smuggled?
There was no such instruction, ma'am. According to our staff, we just coordinated. We had them to coordinate with the SRA regarding the processing of the clearance. Now that clearance, that processing will be based on the issuance of an sugar order. So we just let the process go and proceed up to its reasonable conclusion.
So, to the good ES, Mr. Chair, dahil sinasabi nila that the President did not communicate the choice of 3 importers, the decision to forego the performance bond, and the decision that the intercepted sugar not be considered smuggled, did not instruct the USEC on these, then mukhang lumalabas na the USEC was acting on his own. He indeed acted in haste and should be criminally liable. And I think the ES, I'm happy to get clarity on who chose the 3 importers, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but at that point, I was the one directly coordinating with the Undersecretary Panganiban here because I remember very well that period. That was about a period of busy schedules for the President. In fact, this was a period that included this trip to Davos after having come from some other places. So I take the responsibility for any kind of haste that might have attended this. And if their Secretary Panganiban made the choices, I could ratify those choices because I was acting in the interest of the President and this administration.
So, to the good ES, bagamat slightly na-anticipate nila yung huling follow-up question ko rito, if I may be so bold, is the ES saying that the ES was acting on his own or even that the ES acted in haste, Mr. Chair?
No, ma'am. We act always after complete staff work. We never make decisions that are rushed. Now, that speaks only for us in the OP. But if you refer to any kind of haste committed by other departments or other functionaries of government, we cannot answer for those. But we, in the end, will look at the situation, and if we find any error or mistake, we will look into the motivation or the circumstances under which those omissions or errors might have been committed. We look also at the human side of things.
Maraming salamat po, ES. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Unless our other colleagues pending questions, Senator Pimentel, if he's still around. Senator Padilla, I have no further questions that can be directed to the Executive Secretary out of courtesy to a co-equal branch of the government. I thank all the...
Just the last one.
Okay.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Just a brief manifestation. I certainly leave it to the committee to determine if prior to importation means merely prior to release. But the wording appears clear to this representation. If this committee, even after the hearings of 2022, in which much ado was made about mere signatures on SO3, so decides that a sugar order is not necessary in order to import a regulated commodity, then that's a legal debate that can continue. But the question remains, bakit po namili ng tatlo lang? Who handpicked these three importers and what are the reasons? Dahil kahit paano po ito tignan, it is against competition, against equity, against the fair market to exclude other importers and choose only three. The decision to grant the three the sole allocations will effectively yield them super profits. Kaya hindi maiwasan tanungin kung may tongpats kaya. This is really a matter of policy, Mr. Chair. If we don't require sugar orders anymore, we allow unfettered importation, even on regulated commodities. If we allow the unilateral handpicking of importers, we allow the possible thriving of cartels and monopolies, contrary to the interests of the Filipino people. Sabi po ni Mr. Escaler, siguro pag tatlong importer, mas madaling i-check. Paano po i-check? Wala ngang performance bond. Si Sen Jinggoy na mismo nagsabi na ang performance bond ay paraan para matiyak na susunod sa batas ang mga importer. Ngayon, wala na ito. Yusek Panganiban's conflicting, sometimes unclear answers speak for themselves. The policy is now murky and lends itself to distrust, and we still need to understand how high up this goes. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. Again, I thank my colleagues who attended this hearing. Likewise, I give special thanks to the Executive Secretary for being patient, being frank, and attending the rigors of this committee hearing.
Mr. Chairman, pwedeng pahabol question?
Ay, Senator Pimentel, yes.
Yes, sorry, kasi yes. For the ES, Mr. Chairman, some laws give the Executive Secretary specific functions or specific powers. But in this particular case, when he gave instructions to the Undersecretary of the Department of Agriculture, was he doing this as an official higher than the USEC pursuant to a specific law? Or he was doing this because he was doing this by authority of the President under the general concept that the Executive Secretary does things under the authority of the President?
Alter ego po ang capacity ko po nung nagbibigay ako ng guidance and nagko-coordinate po ako kay Undersecretary Panganiban. Kasi po si Presidente at that time was very much occupied by several foreign trips in succession. Kaya I had to make the government function quickly and efficiently at that point.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. It's not pursuant to a specific law kasi may mga laws, 'di ba, which gives the ES some role in government, yung mga may mga terrorism
Dun
council.
sa-
So, but in this particular case, it was by authority of the president. Therefore, it is as if that is the decision of the president until and unless he reverses it. Yun po, that is the doctrine, ES.
Yeah,
Tama po.
that's qualified
Political agency.
a political agency.
That's correct, Mr. Yes.
Oh.
Salamat po for that clarification on an idea which we agree on. Salamat po. Thank you po.
Yes, yes. Thank you also.
Thank you. Thank you again, ES. For the third time, I'd like to thank all of you for attending this and partaking of our lunch here. Salamat, Executive Secretary Bersamin. Salamat, NEDA Secretary Balisacan. Salamat po kay DTI Secretary Pascual and all the USEX present here, SRA, Bureau of Customs, members of the private sector, sa lahat po na nagtiyagang tapusin ito.
Mr. Chair.
We can suspend, we can adjourn, but we have to stop due to lack of material time. Today, we have been absent for several simultaneous hearings occurring. But ulitin ko po, naging makabuluhan itong proceedings today. People were educated. At the end of the day, siguro yung namamalengke, dapat maramdaman din yung bumaba yung presyo ng asukal, yung mga nanay na namimili kanina sa lahat ng palengke. Ginawa po natin itong investigation na ito not to ascribe any wrongdoing, but to ferret out the truth and really to craft something new in terms of legislation. And to quote the Holy Writ, let us put on the armor of light. Let us walk honestly as in the day. And without objection on the part of my colleagues, this committee hearing of the Blue Ribbon is hereby adjourned.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair, I respectfully request that we merely suspend because we have yet to hear from the industrials, from former Administrator Alba, as well as the economic analysis from NEDA, Mr. Chair.
The adjournment is without prejudice to another convening of this committee. We require the NEDA to submit the documents required, as well as the documents required from All Asia, as well as the documents required from SRA, and the document coming from the Bureau of Customs. It has something to do with the amount of taxes required by this committee a while ago, as well as the excuse letter, sworn statement coming from the absent Edison Lee. So that's the ruling, Senator Tiberos. We can reconvene, but due to the lateness of the hour, we have adjourned.
But in which case, Mr. Chair, since the chair is amenable to calling another hearing for the remaining resource persons, may I respectfully request that he instead
Adjournment
suspend
adjournment
because it's
without
clear to
prejudice to a reconvening of this committee. It's the same.
I'm not clear if it is the same, Mr. Chair. That is why I'm respectfully requesting that instead the chair suspend the hearing para lang po malinaw sa lahat,
I'm
pati po yung mga resource
directing
persons.
the committee secretary to issue notices for the next hearing for the absent Edison Lee, and who else was?
The industrials,
Alba,
Mr.
because
Chair, and
Mr.
Mr. Alba.
is in Australia, so
Yes.
we have to consider the dates. The committee has been very patient. In fact, we've waited for Yusek Panganiban for his foreign sojourns to expire. You've been out of the country 3 times or 4 times. So I think Senator Ontiveros, it's almost the same. We will reconvene once we have been notified by the COMSEC that Mr. Alba is around.
And
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Again, ladies and gentlemen, maraming salamat sa inyo.